Eternal Respawn, the tale of Midgard's Outlander. A disillusioned gamer or programmer wakes up inside Talon Tales, but unlike normal players, they cannot log out. The world behaves like the game they know, but the NPCs have memories, the bosses hold grudges, and death doesn't reset, it reshapes reality. Main character concept. Name: Leon Talon Reyes. Age: 24. Background: former top player of Talon Tales, known for soloing Ancient Tower. Dies in real life after an accident during a marathon raid and wakes up inside the game world. Goal: find the root of Respawn, a mythical code that connects the virtual world to reality. Unique trait: has system knowledge, stats, drop tables, spawn timers, but the world now runs on living logic. Bosses don't respawn unless the world remembers them. Vera Arch, from Versatile plus Archon. A being that transcends the traditional class boundaries, able to wield fragments of every skill but bound by unstable mana and fractured soul data. When Leon's soul entered Talon Tales, the system couldn't assign him a standard job because his data was corrupted between worlds. Instead, the world's root reclassified him as a system error, a hybrid entity that can interface with all skill types, but at the cost of his own stability. System log. Unauthorized class detected. Initializing failsafe. Class: Vera Arch. Skill access: partial. Sync rate: 1%. He begins with only one ability. Skill: Mimic Trace LV.1. Temporarily replicate one observed skill at 10% efficiency. But over time, as he defeats bosses, touches ancient data fragments, or absorbs lost memories of the server, his sync rate rises, unlocking new skill lines permanently. Growth path. Stage title description: sync rate. The error novice can mimic basic skills briefly, first job only. 110%. 2 skill collector gains partial access to multiple job trees. Skills now chained together. 10-30%. 3 data reforger can evolve skills into hybrid versions, e.g., Heal Blade, Flame Barrier. 30-60%. 4 Vera Arch can freely swap class roles in combat. Physical and magic merge seamlessly. 60-90%. V World Root Avatar, Endgame, becomes one with the system itself. Creates new skills by will alone. 100%. Signature passive. Adaptive code: each time Leon dies, his soul data restructures, permanently retaining fragments of every ability used near his death. In story, this explains how he keeps getting stronger every time he respawns. Example: skill evolution. Bash plus Dizzy Napalm beat Shock Pulse, a physical strike that sends a holy blast. Firebolt plus Leaf Fluttering in Wind Arrow Shower Elemental Barrage. Sparkles Kyrie Eleison plus Provoke Guardian's Defiance, boosts both defense and aggression. Chapter 1: Respawn in PRON Terra. The world reeked of blood and ozone. When Leon opened his eyes, he wasn't staring at a ceiling or a hospital light. Instead, a circle of glowing blue runes pulsed beneath him, humming with power. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a puff of mist in the chill air. He blinked hard, trying to focus. Cobblestone streets. Golden banners fluttering in the wind. The sound of merchants shouting prices and the steady clang of blacksmith hammers in the distance. It was PRON Terra. No way. He pushed himself upright. The rune circle flickered beneath his hand, like a computer screen struggling to boot up. Then, a familiar chime echoed in his ears. System message: welcome to Talon Tales. Character data: sync failed. Leon froze. Talon Tales? The name stabbed into his mind like lightning. That was the game he'd played for over a decade, the world he'd practically lived in. But this wasn't some VR illusion. The cobblestones had warmth, the wind tugged at his cloak, and he could smell roasted pico meat from a nearby stall. He touched his chest. His heart was pounding. What the hell? He whispered. How am I here? A hand fell on his shoulder. "Hey, are you all right?" He spun around. A young woman stood there, wearing novice clothes, the simple brown tunic and white scarf every beginner started with. But her eyes, they weren't the flat, pixel-perfect blue of an NPC. They were alive, bright with worry. "You looked like you glitched mid-respawn," she said softly. "Did you come from the battlefield?" Leon opened his mouth to answer and froze again. Her words didn't come with the stiff cadence of NPC dialogue. Her expression shifted naturally, like a real person's. He stammered, stepping back. "I just respawned, yet. I think my, data's broken." She tilted her head. "You mean your soul?" Before he could respond, she smiled faintly and pointed toward the towering white spire near the center of the city. "The Khafra office is that way. They can check your soul record and fix it if it's corrupted. Be careful, though. The last time someone's data failed, they said the world itself started shaking." Leon swallowed hard. "Thanks." As she walked away, he stared after her, trying to process what he'd just heard. Soul record? Data failure? This wasn't a simple login bug. He looked down at his reflection in the fountain's surface. His face was younger, barely 18, with messy black hair and a faint scar along his right cheek. The same scar he'd gotten as a child in Payon Forest. And suddenly, memories he'd buried long ago broke free. He saw smoke. Fire. His father's arm around him, blood soaking through a torn cloak. The sky blackened, and from the shadows, a monster emerged, horned, towering, its crescent scythe dripping molten flame. Baphomet. The demon's voice echoed in his mind even now. "Little one, live long enough to hate me." That night had ended his childhood. His village burned, his parents gone, his world shattered. He had been found by wandering adventurers the next morning, clutching his father's dagger. They had brought him to the Terra orphanage, where he swore one day he would become strong enough to slay the monster that had taken everything. He had done it, at least, in the game. He'd grinned for months, mastered his class, and slain Baphomet in the deepest dungeon of Glastheim. But that had been pixels. This world felt too real for victory screens and respawn timers. The Khafra office was exactly where it had always been, beside the fountain, polished marble pillars gleaming. A Khafra lady stood at the counter, smiling pleasantly. "Welcome to Khafra Corporation," she greeted. "How may I assist?" Her tone faltered. Her gaze flicked over Leon's body, scanning something invisible. "Your soul signature. It's incomplete." Leon tensed. "Incomplete?" "Yes," she said softly. "You're not fully registered in the root of respawn. It's as if you're an anomaly." Her words sent a chill down his spine. "System alert. Unauthorized class detected. Initializing failsafe. Assigning class, Verarch, 1%. A burning sensation seared across Leon's wrist. He yanked up his sleeve to see 3 faint blue circles glowing beneath his skin, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. "What is this?" he gasped. "Your class seal," the Khafra lady murmured. "But I've never seen one like that before." She reached out to touch it, and her hand passed through light, like through fog. Leon backed away. The room blurred around him. His mind flooded with static. Then came a whisper, mechanical, distant, yet alive. "Adaptive soul, incomplete data, connection, unstable." He stumbled outside, gasping for air. The city felt different now. Every light, every sound vibrated like code. He stared at his hands. They glowed faintly, flickering between blue and gold. "What am I?" he muttered. Night fell fast. The city torches burned like stars. Leon wandered south, past the gates, into the open plains where porrings bounced lazily through the grass. Their soft squeaks and wobbles almost comforted him. He picked up a training sword lying beside a broken cart. It felt solid in his grip, weighted, balanced. If this is real, he murmured, then maybe, this is my chance to start over. He swung once, the motion instinctive. The blade whistled through the air. A pouring hopped at him, all cute innocence until its eyes flashed red. The thing lunged, fangs snapping. He swung again, slicing through it. 42 HP. A number flashed and then blood splattered across the ground. Real blood. The pouring twitched once, then lay still. Leon froze, chest tight. He had fought this monster 1,000 times in-game. But never had he felt the warmth of blood or the weight of a dying heartbeat. I killed it, he whispered. His hands trembled. And then another flash of light. Skill copied, double attack LV1, duration 10s. His eyes widened. He looked at the sword, then at his mark. It glowed brighter. Did I just copy that? Before he could think further, 3 more pourings slithered from the shadows. His heart pounded. He moved on instinct, striking twice in rapid succession. The sword blurred, 2 hits landed where one should have. Mimic trace activated. Sync rate plus 2%. The monsters fell. Silence returned. Leon dropped to his knees, panting. Somewhere deep inside, something awoke, a feeling he hadn't felt since that night so many years ago. Fear. Rage. Hope. He stared up at the broken sky. If this world gave me a second chance, his voice cracked. Then I'll find him. I'll find Baphomet. And this time, his grip tightened on the sword. I'll make sure he dies for real. Chapter 2: The Bugged Soul, Part 1. Morning sunlight spilled across Prontera's marble streets, washing away the shadows of night. Leon walked through the southern gate like a ghost. His tunic was torn and smeared with dried, pouring blood. The training sword at his hip still hummed faintly, a reminder that what he'd done in the fields hadn't been a dream. Every sense told him this was real. The warmth of the sun. The chatter of merchants. The metallic tang of the city fountain. Yet, under all of it, he could feel something deeper, a pulse that didn't belong to the world but to the system itself. Like the heartbeat of code beneath stone. Sync rate, 3%. Class, Verarch LV1. Warning, system integrity unstable. He read the words that hovered faintly in the corner of his vision and exhaled. I'm still bugged. No one else seemed to notice the flickering symbols. To them, he was just another dusty adventurer dragging himself back from a failed hunt. But Leon knew better. This wasn't just a new life, it was broken code trying to become human. He reached the fountain and splashed cold water on his face. The reflection that looked back was clearer now, his scar, his tired eyes, the faint blue lines pulsing beneath his skin like veins of light. He could almost hear the hum of data in his blood. Verarch. The word itself felt alien. He remembered the Khafra lady's words, your soul signature, it's incomplete. Whatever that meant, it had changed him. Permanently. Back from the dead already. Leon turned. The red-haired novice from the day before stood at the fountain's edge, her satchel slung over one shoulder. She smiled, but there was a trace of curiosity and maybe fear in her eyes. I didn't think you'd survive the southern fields, she said. You had the look of someone who'd never held a sword. He forced a small smile. Guess I learned fast. Her eyes dropped to the faint mark glowing on his wrist. That seal, it's not from any guild I know. Leon instinctively covered it. It's nothing. Some kind of respawn glitch. She tilted her head. Glitch? You speak like a scholar from the Jeffin Tower. Something like that. He hesitated. What's your name? Rinna, she said simply. I help the orphans at the West Chapel when I'm not failing monster hunts. Her laugh was soft, but tired, the laugh of someone who'd seen too much for her age. Leon liked her immediately. He almost told her the truth that he wasn't from this world, that he'd fought these monsters on a computer screen, but the words wouldn't come. How could he explain a life that shouldn't exist? Instead, he asked, "Do you know anyone who studies strange magic? Something that can change your soul?" Rinna's expression darkened. "You mean a soul forger? There's one in the slums near the south wall. But they say he only works with the dead." Leon blinked. The dead. He hears the echoes of souls caught between worlds. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Why? Did you lose someone?" Leon's chest tightened. "I lost everyone." He forced a neutral smile. "Yet. Something like that." The slums of Terra were nothing like the gleaming market square. Here the air stank of oil and rust, and the alleys twisted like veins through old stone. Children darted between the shadows, carrying scraps of bread. A drunk merchant slept beneath a broken street lamp, muttering prayers to the goddess of light. At the far end of the street stood a crooked building stitched together from wood and metal. A wooden sign swung in the wind, "Soulsmith." Leon knocked. No answer. He pushed the door open. The air inside smelled of incense and iron. Strange runes burned faintly on the walls. An old man sat at a workbench cluttered with shards of blue crystal. His eyes glowed faintly behind thick spectacles, half human, half machine. "You're not from here," the man rasped without looking up. "Your spirit hums wrong." Leon froze. "You can sense that." "I hear every discordant note in this city," the man said, tapping his temple. "Your soul isn't tuned to this world's song." He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit." Leon obeyed. As he did, the mark on his wrist pulsed brighter, as though reacting to the runes in the room. The old man raised an eyebrow. "Fascinating," he murmured. "A class seal fused directly to the soul thread. And the pattern? No, that's impossible." "What pattern?" Leon asked. The soulsmith leaned forward. "The mark of the root protocol. Only system administrators had that signature, the ones who built this world before the fall." Leon blinked. System administrators. The term made his skin crawl. In his world, that meant developers. "Boy," the man said softly, "whatever you are, you carry the language of creation in your blood. You shouldn't exist." Before Leon could reply, a crash sounded outside. Screams echoed through the alley. He bolted to the door. A monstrous shadow loomed over the rooftops. A giant boar-like creature, twice the height of a man, its hide covered in jagged crystal growths. Its eyes burned red. "Baphomet's spawn," the soulsmith hissed. "They haven't come this close to Terra in years." Leon's pulse spiked. The creature's roar shook the walls. Rinna, she was still near the fountain. Without thinking, he sprinted toward the square, sword in hand. The plaza was chaos. Adventurers shouted orders, merchants fled for cover. The beast barreled through a market stall, scattering fruit and firewood. Rinna stood frozen, clutching a staff she clearly didn't know how to use. "Rinna!" Leon shouted. She turned just as the monster charged. He moved before thought, his body reacting on pure instinct. His mark blazed blue, and energy surged through him. Adaptive code active. Skill detected. Bash LV2. Warrior class. Copy duration. 8s. Leon's muscles tightened. He swung upward, meeting the creature's tusk with a crash that rattled his bones. The copied skill flared. The impact launched the beast sideways into a stone pillar. Rinna's jaw dropped. You're not a swordsman." "Long story," he shouted. "Run." But she didn't. Instead, she began to chant, her voice trembling. "Holy light, grant your warmth heal." A soft glow surrounded Leon, sealing the cut on his arm. The pain faded instantly. He stared at her, amazed. "You don't just stand there," she yelled. "Finish it." He grinned despite himself. Right. The beast lunged again. Leon dashed forward, chaining what he remembered from countless raids. Bash, sidestep, strike again. Each motion came with flickers of light as the Verarch seal pulsed. Skill fusion triggered. Bash and heal Guardian's Defiance LV1. His sword blazed with golden light as he drove it through the monster's chest. The creature screamed, black smoke pouring from its mouth, then collapsed. Silence fell. For a moment, no one moved. Then the bystanders began to cheer. Rinna stared at Leon, awe and confusion warring in her eyes. What was that? You mixed light magic with a sword strike. Leon lowered his weapon, chest heaving. I don't know. It just happened. The blue rings on his wrist dimmed slowly, leaving faint burn marks on his skin. Sync rate plus 5%. Skill learned, Guardian's Defiance LV1. He felt stronger not just in body, but in clarity. The fog in his mind thinned, memories aligning like puzzle pieces. The orphanage. The raid. The lightning strike. And something else, a whisper from deep within the system. Adaptive soul confirmed. Root protocol awakening. He looked up at the broken sky above Pron Terra and shivered. Whatever had brought him here, it wasn't random. The system or something inside it wanted him alive. And that terrified him more than dying ever had. The plaza stank of burnt crystal and fear. The boar monster's carcass steamed on the cobblestones, its hide slowly dissolving into oily smoke. Guards pushed through the gathering crowd, shouting orders, while healers tended to the injured. Leon wiped his blade clean on the creature's ragged fur. The weapon hissed where monster blood touched the edge, real, hot, and disturbingly alive. He had fought Baphomet's spawns thousands of times in the game, but never like this. Never where the air tasted of ash and screams. Rinna knelt beside a fallen guard, hands glowing faintly. The guard's shallow breathing steadied. When she looked up, her freckles were smudged with soot, her eyes wide and shaking. You shouldn't have survived that hit, she whispered. Even veteran warriors die when a crystal tusker charges. Leon sheathed his sword. Guess I learned fast. She stared at him for a long moment, then gave a small, disbelieving laugh. You're a strange one, Leon. He blinked. You remember my name. You shouted it while saving my life. She smiled faintly. Hard to forget. The city guards soon took over, hauling the carcass away to the temple district for purification. When one of them tried to question Leon, the soul mark on his wrist flared blue. The guard's eyes glazed for an instant, and he stepped back, muttering, "Route clearance, system flag," before saluting awkwardly and walking off. Rinna caught the exchange. He looked like he forgot what he was saying. Leon rubbed the mark. Seems like everyone does when this thing glows. Like the world edits itself around me. That's terrifying, she said softly. They found shelter in a small tea shop tucked between the marble towers near the West Chapel. The owner, a kindly old nun, served them cups of hot berry tea and didn't ask questions. For a while, neither spoke. Leon's thoughts spun like a broken compass. The fight, the skills that shouldn't exist, the way the guard had obeyed without understanding why. Finally, Rinna broke the silence. The mark on your wrist, did the soulsmith give it to you? Leon nodded. He called it a root protocol. Said it belonged to the people who built this world. She frowned. That's impossible. The builders are just a myth. Old priests say they were gods who shaped Midgard before even Odin's time. I'm starting to think they weren't gods, Leon murmured. Just players. Rinna stared at him. Players. He realized his mistake and shook his head. Forget it. Just people who came before. The door banged open. The soulsmith limped in, his mechanical eye sparking faintly. You two caused quite the scene, he rasped. Half the city's barriers flickered when that thing died. Whatever you unleashed awoke the system's memory. Leon stood. What does that mean? The old man dropped a shard of the creature's crystal hide onto the table. It shimmered with veins of dark energy. See this pattern? That's not demonic mana. It's data corruption. The same code that infects the root when the world begins to decay. Rina looked between them. So that monster was part of the system. Exactly. The soulsmith pointed a trembling finger at Leon. And you, boy, carry the key to fixing or destroying it. That seal on your wrist? It's a direct connection to the world's source code. The root chose you for something. Leon felt the room tilt slightly. I didn't ask for this. No one ever does, the old man said. But the root doesn't care about consent. It cares about survival. He leaned closer, whispering, if the corruption spreads, Baphomet will rise again not as a monster, but as a god of deletion. He'll erase everything. Leon's stomach turned to ice. Baphomet's still here. The soulsmith nodded gravely. Trapped in the ancient tower, sealed behind layers of corrupted code. The same tower that calls to your soul. Rina's hand tightened around her cup. The tower's off limits. Only the royal crusaders enter and most never return. Leon's voice was quiet. Then that's where I'm going. The soulsmith sighed. You'll need allies, Verarch. And training. Your power is raw, unstable. Keep copying too many skills, and you will shatter your own soul thread. Leon managed a tired smile. Guess I'll just have to get stronger before that happens. The old man chuckled bitterly. Spoken like every fool who ever challenged the system. He handed Leon a small crystal orb etched with glowing runes. A fragment from the beast you slew. It will resonate with your seal. Use it to stabilize your code when the feedback starts. And when you reach the tower. He hesitated. Find the core. The root's heart. It will tell you what you truly are. Leon accepted the orb, feeling its pulse sync with his own heartbeat. Thank you. The soulsmith turned to leave but paused at the door. Oh, and boy, when the voices start whispering, don't answer them. They're not the root. They're its nightmares. When he was gone, the silence felt heavier than before. Rina stared into her tea, then looked up. You're really going to the tower? Leon nodded. Baphomet destroyed my family. If he's in there, I'm ending this. She bit her lip. Then I'm coming with you. He blinked. You? Why? Because you'd die without someone to patch your wounds. Her tone was teasing, but her eyes shone with conviction. And because I lost people too. The monsters that killed your parents burned my village. Maybe it's time I stopped running. Leon met her gaze and saw something familiar there. Pain, yes, but also the same defiance that had kept him alive all these years. All right, he said finally. But I can't promise it'll be safe. Rina smiled faintly. Safety's overrated. Quest updated. Journey to the ancient tower. Find the root's core. Party formed. Rina, novice acolyte. The faint notifications scrolled across Leon's vision as the sun dipped behind Prontera's walls. For the first time since waking here, he didn't feel completely alone. He clenched the crystal orb, feeling its rhythm match his heartbeat. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the tower pulsed like a beacon. Whatever awaited him there, it would hold the answers to his past, his power, and the monster that had haunted his every dream. The evening air was cool as Leon and Rina stepped through Prontera's southern gate. The city's lights flickered in the distance like tiny, distant stars, but beyond the walls, the world seemed darker, heavier. A strange hum lingered in the wind, almost as if the very air vibrated with corrupted energy. Leon tightened his grip on the crystal orb the soulsmith had given him. It pulsed faintly, syncing with his heartbeat. Every now and then, a flicker of blue light danced across the runes on his wrist, and he felt the system watching, waiting. Rina walked beside him, her staff balanced easily in her hands. "Do you always travel so silently?" she asked. Leon shrugged. "I've learned it's safer not to announce yourself. Monsters, thieves, even the city, they notice you less if you don't make a sound." Rinna smirked. "And you expect me to just keep up? You'll learn." Leon's tone wasn't harsh, just factual. He glanced at her and saw determination behind the teasing. She wasn't the type to be left behind. As they moved past the outer farmlands, the hum in the air grew stronger. The horizon shimmered, like the heat haze of summer but colder, darker. Leon frowned. The orb pulsed faster, the runes along his wrist glowing brighter. "Warning, data instability detected, environmental anomaly. Suggested action, stabilize with root fragment." Leon raised the orb, letting the faint blue energy flow through his veins. The shimmer began to solidify into a soft wave of light that followed their steps, washing the corrupted air in a temporary calm. Rinna watched in awe. "Your seal, it's like a filter," she said. "You're not just strong, you're stabilizing the world." Leon didn't answer. The sensation was new, terrifying in its intensity. Every pulse of his heart seemed to echo in the air, almost like he was connected to the world itself. Hours passed. The countryside gave way to ruins of villages long abandoned. Trees were twisted unnaturally, their leaves gray and brittle. Broken statues of forgotten heroes jutted from the ground, scarred by strange, dark energy. "This corruption, it's spreading," Rinna murmured. "Even the wildlife." A screech cut her off. From the shadowed treeline, a flock of corrupted Pico-Pecus burst forward, feathers blackened and eyes glowing red. Their screeches were unnerving, almost digital, distorted like a broken signal. Leon's muscles tensed. He instinctively raised his sword. The mark on his wrist flared, and the orb in his hand pulsed violently. Adaptive skill ready, copy target LV1. A Pico charged. Leon swung, instinctively performing a move he had only seen in the system, a combination of Bash and Guardian's Defiance. The creature was thrown back in a burst of golden energy, screeching as it scattered the corrupted flock. Rinna ran to him, chanting softly. "Holy light, purify." Her glow reinforced his strike, cleansing the remaining corruption. Breathing hard, Leon looked at the ruins around them. "This isn't just Baphomet's spawn. Something bigger is happening." Rinna's eyes widened. "Like the root itself is failing." Leon's jaw tightened. He felt the faint echo of whispers again, faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind. "Leon, awaken, embrace, destroy." He shook his head, trying to suppress it. "Not yet," he muttered. "I'll decide when it's time." Night fell, and the stars above seemed muted, obscured by a flickering haze that made the world feel unreal. The ruined village behind them was eerily silent now, the only sound the soft pulse of Leon's root fragment. "Where do we go next?" Rinna asked quietly. "To the ancient tower," Leon replied. "Where Baphomet is waiting and where I'll find the root's core." Her gaze lingered on him. "You really think you can face a godlike monster alone?" Leon's hand tightened around the orb. "I won't be alone," he said, glancing at her. "I have you. And whatever power the root wants me to unlock." Rinna nodded, though her fingers trembled slightly on her staff. "Then I'm with you, every step." The night deepened as they pressed forward. The corrupted lands stretched endlessly, the moonlight barely piercing the haze. Occasionally, dark figures darted between the ruins, monsters, or perhaps echoes of the system itself. Leon felt them watching, recording, waiting for a mistake. Sync rate, 10%. Skills acquired, Bash LV2, Guardian's Defiance LV1. Warning, root fragment resonance increasing. A sudden gust of wind blew the haze aside, revealing a jagged mountain in the distance. Its peak pierced the clouds like a spear. And at its summit, A faint pulse of crimson light throbbed rhythmically. Leon swallowed. That light was the tower. And the pulse was Baphomet, or whatever remained of him. Rinna gasped. That's impossible. We still have to cross the corrupted plains. Leon's gaze hardened. Then we start tomorrow. Tonight, we prepare. They set up a small camp amid the ruins, the root fragment placed between them. Its light pulsed softly, keeping the whispers at bay. For the first time since waking in this world, Leon allowed himself a moment of rest. And in that quiet, the system whispered again. Root awakening. Level 1. Destination confirmed. Ancient Tower. Potential? Unlimited. Threat detected? Baphomet. Leon's eyes snapped open. It knows I'm coming. Rinna sat up, sensing the tension. Does it matter? We're going anyway. He nodded, the faintest hint of a smile crossing his face. Yes. And tomorrow, we'll see what this world's root really wants with me. The wind carried the corrupted hum across the plains. Somewhere beyond the mountains, a crimson pulse throbbed faster, as if in response. Baphomet was stirring. And Leon was ready. Chapter 3: Awakening of the Cheat. The first rays of dawn struggled through the thick, corrupted clouds that blanketed the plains. Leon sat cross-legged by the flickering light of the root fragment, feeling the pulse of the world through the seal on his wrist. Each heartbeat sent a ripple across the corrupted landscape, almost as if the land itself was breathing in sync with him. He closed his eyes, letting the hum of the fragment wash over him. Slowly, a feeling began to emerge, a strange warmth in his chest, unlike anything he had experienced in this world. A whisper, faint but unmistakable, echoed in his mind. Awaken your true potential. Leon tensed. The whispers weren't like the corrupted voices he had heard before. This one felt familiar. He clenched his fist, and suddenly, the fragment flared, sending a shockwave of blue light across the camp. The aura wrapped around him like a second skin, and the runes on his wrist blazed. New skill unlocked. Cheat mode Verarch adaptation. Leon froze. The name hit him like a lightning bolt. Cheat mode. He remembered this term, even though it had felt like a dream. Images flooded his mind, a life long past, where he had sat in front of a monitor late at night, fingers flying over a keyboard. He had been playing Talon Tales then. The monsters, the quests, the endless grind for power, everything he had experienced in this world now made sense. This was the game, and somehow, he had transmigrated into it. His breath quickened. It's real. The root fragment pulsed faster, almost as if acknowledging his realization. The corrupted plains around him shimmered and warped slightly, as though the world itself was recognizing his cheat awakening. He rose to his feet, testing the newfound skill. A small, invisible menu flickered before his eyes, ghostly but unmistakable. Verarch cheat menu activated. Copy skills, on. Adaptive analysis, on. Root stabilization, on. World memory recall, active. Leon's pulse raced. He could see the stats of the world, the hidden levels of monsters, and even the corruption spreading across the plains. Every creature, every tree, even the air seemed to have underlying numbers and patterns he could read now. Finally, he murmured. Finally, I can use everything I've learned. Rinna stirred beside him, blinking sleepily. Leon, are you glowing again? He gave a small, ironic smile. You could say that. I think I've unlocked my true cheat. Her eyes widened. You mean, like, all of it? Leon nodded. Not just my skills. My knowledge from Earth, the strategies, the bosses, everything I ever knew about this game. I can see it now, like a memory, like a map. Rinna's hands trembled slightly. That's insane. That's impossible. Nothing's impossible for me anymore, Leon said. His voice was steady, but inside, a surge of exhilaration pulsed through him. He remembered how helpless he had felt as an orphan in this world, and now, with this cheat, he felt untouchable. Almost. He raised his hand, focusing on a nearby patch of corrupted grass. Numbers and symbols appeared in his mind, hovering above the plants. Corruption level, 32%. Stability threshold, 15%. Suggested action, purify. With a flick of his hand, a wave of light pulsed from the root fragment, neutralizing the corruption instantly. The grass returned to a healthy green. Leon's grin widened. This is only the beginning. Rina stared, still in shock. You can manipulate the world with just your thoughts. Leon chuckled darkly. Not just manipulate. I can adapt, copy, enhance, even rewrite portions of the world if I push it far enough. He flexed his wrist, the root mark glowing bright blue. This is what being the Verarch really means. I'm not just another adventurer. I control the system. For a moment, the excitement was overwhelming. He remembered late nights on Earth, frustrated that he could never reach the top of the game leaderboard. Here, in this world, he didn't have to grind endlessly. He didn't have to beg for rare drops. Every skill he had ever studied, every exploit he had ever noted, it was his. But beneath that thrill, a dark thought crept in. Baphomet. The crimson pulse at the tower. The whispers of the root itself. Cheat or not, this world wasn't a simple game anymore, it was life and death. And for the first time, Leon felt the weight of it. He clenched his fist. If Baphomet wants to erase everything, he's going to have to face me first. Rina stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Then we fight together. No more running. No more waiting. Leon nodded. Exactly. Tomorrow, we move toward the tower. And from now on, he glanced down at his glowing wrist. I'm not holding back. Everything I've learned, every skill I've ever studied, it's mine to use. The sun rose higher, cutting through the corrupted haze. The plains were still dangerous, but now, with cheat mode activated and memories of Earth flooding back, Leon felt a clarity he had never known. He could feel the system bending subtly around him, ready to respond to his commands. He could feel Rina's power growing beside him. And somewhere, in the distance, the pulse of the ancient tower and Baphomet's presence grew stronger. The game was no longer just a game. It was real. And Leon was ready to dominate it. Skill acquired. Cheat mode unlocks full memory integration and Verarch adaptation. Memory recall activated. Life on Earth as player of Talon Tales. Quest updated. Journey to the Ancient Tower Phase 2. Traverse corrupted plains. The corrupted plains stretched endlessly before them, gray and lifeless under a muted sun. Leon's pulse synced with the root fragment, his cheat mode still active. He could see everything: the energy of the land, the hidden stats of the monsters, the layers of corruption that had begun spreading like a virus. All right, Leon muttered, flexing his fingers. Time to see how deep this cheat really goes. Rina gave him a wary glance. You're glowing again. Don't tell me you're planning to experiment on the plains. He grinned. Exactly. We need to test the limits of my Verarch abilities before we reach the tower. I can't risk being overwhelmed halfway there. Skill ready. Copy target adaptive LV3. Skill Q. Instant cast magic. High wizard. Chase walk. Stalker. Multi-skill integration. Leon focused, recalling the skills from memory, not just from this world, but from Earth. The first target appeared, a corrupted gargoyle perched on a jagged rock, its wings folded like steel. In Talon Tales, the High Wizard was notorious for devastating AoE damage, but casting times made it risky in real combat. Leon's cheat mode changed that. Skill activated. High Wizard instant cast enabled. Lightning crackled from the tips of his fingers. A storm of Lord of Vermilion erupted, hitting the gargoyle before it could react. The instant cast bypassed the usual delay, striking the monster with precise, explosive force. Blue arcs danced across the corrupted plains, purifying a small patch of corrupted grass around the impact zone. Rinna's jaw dropped. You just cast it instantly. Leon smirked. High Wizard is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Massive AoE, insane elemental spells, but slow casting. I just upgraded it. She shook her head. I don't even want to imagine what you'll do with Zura or Guillotine Cross skills. He let a faint laugh escape, then shifted his stance. One skill isn't enough. He needed mobility. The corrupted plains were vast, and lingering too long in one place would draw more monsters than he could handle. He recalled another memory from Talon Tales, the Stalker's Chase Walk. Skill activated, Chase Walk agility enhanced ×3. In a blink, Leon vanished. The gargoyle's eyes widened as he reappeared behind it, the speed so fast it was barely perceptible. His movements were fluid, a predator stalking shadows. With a flick of his sword, the gargoyle's wings were severed before it could take flight. Holy, Rinna whispered. You're faster than any stalker I've ever heard of. Leon nodded, breathing evenly. This is what being a Verarch means. I'm not just copying skills, I'm adapting them. Combining the power of a high wizard with the agility of a stalker. World jobs noted. Talon Tales, Ragnarok. Available jobs: Swordsman Knight Lord Knight, Thief Rogue Stalker, Acolyte Priest High Priest, Magician Wizard High Wizard, Archer Hunter Sniper, Merchant Blacksmith Whitesmith, Assassin Guillotine Cross, Super Novice, Experimental, etc. Leon's vision expanded as the root fragment pulsed, highlighting hidden stats. He could see the corruption levels of each monster, their attack ranges, and even the cooldowns on latent abilities. It was more than the game mechanics he remembered. This was life inside the system, a world responding in real time to his actions. Rinna, stay close, he said. I'm going to push this further. The next wave of corruption emerged, a pack of corrupted wolves, their stats glowing crimson. Leon grinned. This would be a test not only of power, but of skill integration. Skill combination, instant cast firewall and chase walk mobility and multi-skill adaptation. He sprinted forward using chase walk, weaving through the shadows. With a gesture, a firewall erupted around the pack, cutting off their escape. His fingers moved in a blur, summoning Meteor Storm from High Wizard memory. Meteors rained down, each strike instant and precise, melting corruption without harming the nearby terrain more than necessary. Rinna's eyes sparkled with amazement. I've never seen magic like that. Even the high wizards in Pron Terra couldn't cast like that. Leon smirked, feeling the rush of absolute control. Every spell, every movement, every adaptation was seamless, as if the world bent to his will. Yet beneath the exhilaration, a faint whisper stirred in his mind. This power is yours, but the tower watches. The pack of corrupted wolves had been reduced to ashes in seconds. Leon paused, taking stock. Every skill he copied, every adaptation he performed, left a faint residue on his system, an echo of code that could later be refined. He realized that with cheat mode, he could eventually integrate all jobs in the world of Talon Tales if he had time. Knight's defense, Lord Knight's sword techniques, Priest's buffs, High Wizard's AoE, Stalker's mobility, Sniper's range, Guillotine Cross's instant kills, everything. Verarch potential detected, multi-job integration possible. Current skills active, High Wizard instant cast, Stalker chase walk, adaptive copy LV3, root stabilization, Verarch cheat mode. Leon exhaled slowly. The tower isn't going to know what hit it. Rinna, still recovering from the display, said softly, "You're becoming a legend before even reaching it." He shook his head. Not a legend yet. Just unstoppable enough to survive. As they continued across the plains, Leon practiced seamless skill combinations. A corrupted Hydra emerged from a shallow ravine. Normally, it would take a group of elite adventurers to fight it, but Leon simply activated Chase Walk, darting from head to head, applying instant cast Frost Nova and Meteor Storm, mixing Stalker agility with high wizard destruction. Each movement, each spell, was adaptive. The Hydra didn't know where to strike, and the terrain itself seemed to bend to his manipulations. Rinna followed closely, casting her support magic to keep him stabilized. "I can barely keep up," she gasped. Leon grinned, feeling the raw thrill of absolute power. This is only the beginning," he said. "Every skill, every job, I'll master them all. And when Baphomet finally shows himself, he won't just face a player. He'll face everything I've ever known." The sun dipped low on the horizon, the corrupted plains stretching endlessly ahead. But Leon didn't feel fear. With cheat mode activated, his memory of Talon Tales on Earth, and the full versatility of Verarch adaptation, he was no longer a mere adventurer. He was a storm, a force that could bend the rules of the world itself. And somewhere far away, the ancient tower pulsed, crimson and silent, as if acknowledging the arrival of a player who had transcended the system. Quest updated. Approach ancient tower. Corrupted plains cleared 10%. Skill mastery progress. High wizard 30%, stalker 40%, adaptive copy 50%. Leon's eyes glimmered in the twilight. "Let's go, Rinna. The tower is waiting, and Baphomet won't know what's coming." Rinna nodded, gripping her staff tightly. "I'll follow you to the ends of the world." Side by side, the Verarch and his companion walked into the corrupted horizon, ready to challenge a god and the very code of the world itself. Chapter 4. First Boss Encounter. The Corrupted Sentinel. The corrupted plains were quiet, almost unnaturally so. Leon and Rinna walked side by side, the air thick with the hum of corruption. The root fragment pulsed faintly against Leon's wrist, a constant reminder that this world's code responded to him now. Quest updated. Approach ancient tower. Corrupted plains cleared 25%. Leon slowed, crouching instinctively. His vision blurred slightly as cheat mode scanned the surrounding area. In the distance, a massive silhouette shifted beneath the mist. The corrupted sentinel, a remnant of a once noble protector now twisted by Baphomet's influence. "Rinna," Leon murmured, "stay back. This is our first real test." She nodded, gripping her staff. "I'm ready, Leon. Just be careful." The sentinel emerged fully from the fog, towering over the plains with its jagged armor cracking and black smoke seeping from its joints. Its glowing eyes scanned the horizon, a digital aura flickering around it, a reminder that even monsters in this world had measurable stats. Boss detected. Corrupted Sentinel LV-72 Elite. HP 450,000. Attack pattern recognition available. On. Leon's pulse raced, but not with fear. Cheat mode scanned and analyzed instantly. Patterns, cooldowns, elemental weaknesses, every detail that could be memorized flooded his mind. He remembered playing against similar bosses on Earth, and the familiarity ignited a thrill. Memory recall activated. Talon Tales boss patterns. As the sentinel raised its massive claw, Leon already predicted the strike. Heavy swing, 3-second wind up, AoE shockwave on impact. He dodged instinctively, using Chase Walk to vanish and reappear behind the monster. Skill activated. Stalker Chase Walk, agility ×3. The sentinel's shockwave hit the ground where he had just stood, scattering corrupted debris harmlessly. Leon smirked. This is too easy. But he knew brute force alone wouldn't win. He needed control and sustainability. He activated High Priest skill, Sacrament, and increase agility, weaving buffs into his system while maintaining full mobility. High Priest skill activated. Sacrament magic damage plus 15%, physical damage plus 10%. Increase agility movement plus 25%, attack speed plus 20%. Rina blinked. You're buffing yourself while attacking? That's insane. Leon shrugged, already summoning Meteor Storm from High Wizard memory. The meteors struck with pinpoint precision, targeting weak points revealed by cheat mode. The sentinel staggered slightly, flames licking through the corrupted armor. Skill combination: High Wizard instant cast and High Priest buff and Stalker mobility. It was seamless. Every attack, every spell, every step was pre-planned in his mind, thanks to cheat mode. He could remember patterns like he had unearthed the boss's tendencies, when it telegraphed attacks, and how it reacted to certain damage types. Pattern memorized. Claw swing AoE shockwave roar summon minions. As expected, after 2 meteor strikes, the sentinel roared, summoning corrupted minions to overwhelm them. Leon's eyes glimmered. He had predicted this. With a flick, he teleported around the minions, casting Frost Nova to freeze them in place, then moved to strike the boss's flank. Skill activated. Adaptive Copy Multi-Skill Integration LV3. Rina followed with supportive spells, but Leon realized he could combine more. He layered buffs from High Priest Gloria to boost critical hit rate, Assumptio for defense while maintaining high damage spell attacks. High Priest buffs active: Sacrament, increase agility, Gloria, Assumptio. Combined skill output: High Wizard and Stalker and Multi-Job Verarch adaptation. The sentinel swung again. Leon vanished mid-strike, landing behind its armor plates. With a swift combination of Lord of Vermilion and Meteor Storm, the sentinel's HP dropped faster than a regular elite could survive. The battlefield became a blur of fire, ice, and light, with Leon weaving in and out like a predator. He paused briefly, letting cheat mode scan for new weaknesses. The boss's pattern began repeating: claw swing, AoE shockwave, roar, minion summon. His mind traced every move, remembering how players had struggled with similar bosses on Earth. Adaptive pattern prediction enabled. Next attack predicted: roar stun wave. As the roar started, Leon preemptively cast Safety Wall and Assumptio, nullifying the stun effect. He then teleported directly to the sentinel's exposed back, striking with Frostbolt, Meteor Storm, and a perfectly timed auto-attack combo. The boss staggered, flashing red from the cumulative damage. Rina's eyes widened. Leon, you're reading it like a manual. He smirked, adrenaline surging. Exactly. Boss patterns aren't random. You just need to predict, adapt, and strike at the gaps. Boss HP: 450,000 120,000. The sentinel, desperate, began a frenzied assault, swinging wildly. Leon's cheat mode adapted in real time. He activated Chase Walk, weaving through attacks, while keeping High Priest buffs active. He felt unstoppable, every skill integrated perfectly. High Wizard spells raining down. Stalker mobility dodging attacks. High Priest buffs sustaining damage and boosting critical hits. Adaptive copy learning every boss move. It was a symphony of destruction. The sentinel fell to its knees, smoke and corrupted energy swirling as Leon prepared the final strike. With one final Meteor Storm and Lord of Vermilion combo, the boss shattered into fragments, leaving the plains eerily silent. Boss defeated. Corrupted sentinel. Loot acquired: 5 rare crystals, 1 root fragment amplifier. Skill progress: High Wizard 50%, Stalker 60%, High Priest 30%, Multi-Job integration 40%. Leon exhaled, feeling the rush of absolute power. He turned to Rina, who was still catching her breath. See, he said with a grin. This is just the beginning. Bosses in this world follow rules. Once you memorize them, you own the battlefield. Rina smiled, exhausted but in awe. Then, I guess we'll be unstoppable when we reach the tower. Leon's gaze shifted toward the distant silhouette of the ancient tower. The corruption was stronger there, the air thick with Baphomet's influence. But with cheat mode, multi-job integration, and his memory of Earth, he felt something he hadn't felt since losing his parents: control. He clenched his fist, root fragment glowing bright blue. We're ready. Let the tower come. I'll rewrite this world however I want. The planes were quiet again, but Leon knew the next challenge, bigger, deadlier, and closer to Baphomet, was already waiting. Quest updated. Corrupted planes cleared 50%. Next objective: reach Ancient Tower Base Phase 1 complete. Skill progress. Multi-job integration advancing, Verarch potential rising. Side by side, Leon and Rina began walking again, the horizon burning with the first hints of the tower's ominous presence. For the first time, Leon didn't feel like a powerless orphan. He was a master of every skill he had ever learned, a predator who had memorized every move, and a force capable of rewriting the rules of Talon Tales, Ragnarok itself. Chapter 5: Retreat to Terra. Integration and Warnings. The planes were quiet after the Sentinels' defeat, the dust of corrupted energy still hovering in the air. Leon dusted off his cloak, adjusting the root fragment on his wrist. Rina followed, dragging her staff like it had suddenly doubled in weight after the boss fight. "Leon," she said, panting. "Do you ever rest?" Leon smirked. "Rest is for people who aren't rewriting the rules of the world. And besides," he glanced at the horizon, where the glimmering rooftops of Terra appeared in the distance. "I hear Terra has good bread." Rina blinked. "Bread?" "After nearly dying." "Priorities," Leon replied seriously. Then, as if realizing her disbelief, he added, "and maybe some soup." Boss fights make a person hungry. The pair finally reached Terra town, the central hub for adventurers, merchants, and overly dramatic NPCs. Leon's presence immediately drew attention. Even without intentionally showing off, his aura of Verarch power hummed faintly, causing a few knights to instinctively step back. "Whoa," a merchant whispered, "did that kid just vaporize an elite boss?" Leon ignored them, strolling toward the inn, where he knew they could rest and plan. "Rina, we need to integrate more jobs. The planes gave us a taste of what I can do, but the tower won't wait for us to level leisurely." Rina raised an eyebrow. "More jobs? Like, how many are you planning to take?" Leon grinned, opening the cheat mode interface. "All of them. Swordsman, Knight, Lord Knight, Assassin, Guillotine Cross, Archer, Hunter, Sniper, even Merchant, if it'll help me with inventory management. And of course, High Priest for buffs. I've already started there. Multi-job integration. Stage 1 initiated basic swordsman and knight skills. Current skills active: High Wizard, Stalker, High Priest buffs, adaptive copy LV3. Rina groaned. "You're insane. That's, what, like 10 jobs?" Leon tilted his head. "That's exactly 10 jobs. And you're forgetting Verarch potential. I'm not just copying skills, I'm improving them. Adaptive skill analysis. Verarch evolution detected. Estimated total integration potential, 60% complete." Inside the inn, Leon leaned back in a chair with perfect posture, as if no one could possibly topple him. Rina poured tea with a resigned sigh, muttering, "And here I thought we'd get a quiet rest." Leon's mind wandered, integrating the swordsman and knight skills he had observed. He practiced small movements, shield raises, sword slashes, defensive stances, each perfectly calibrated, already faster than a normal knight could manage. "Rina," he said suddenly, "you realize the dungeon we cleared isn't your average corrupted plains, right?" Rina paused, holding her cup. No, I figured it was just big and angry monsters." Leon shook his head, a faint smirk on his lips. "Nope. That sentinel was a mid-tier boss. If the tower's guardians were here, we'd be seriously dead. And if we're lucky, dead spectacularly." Rina choked on her tea. Seriously? Leon leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Yes. And I need you to understand, the tower is designed for parties. Not for a single player who can teleport through shadows while casting instant AoE spells. Rinna groaned again. And yet, here we are. Leon shrugged. I promise we'll be fine. Mostly. He took this moment of respite to experiment with other jobs, activating thief rogue stalker skills one by one. Chase walk, backstab, steal, and hiding all layered together. He tested a few maneuvers in the empty inn corridor, teleporting behind tables, then disappearing behind the chandelier. Leon. Stop. Rinna shouted, ducking as he teleported above her head. You're breaking the inn. He landed gracefully on the floor. Not breaking. Enhancing. It's immersive testing. A nearby adventurer peeked into the hallway. Is he training or haunting the inn? Rinna muttered under her breath. Both. After the chaotic training session, Leon sat cross-legged, eyes closed. He began integrating priest-high priest skills further. Gloria, Assumptio, Sacrament, and increase agility. His aura shimmered faintly, and even Rinna noted the subtle glow. Leon, you do realize you look like a walking buff beacon, right? She said, half amused. He opened one eye. Exactly. I want to see how far I can push multi-job synergy. Imagine a single player with Knight defense, Stalker mobility, High Wizard AoE, and High Priest buffs. Rinna nearly fell out of her chair. That sounds terrifying. And you want to use it on the tower? Leon grinned. Well, I'll also use it on monsters in the meantime. But yes, tower first. Also, I might bake bread after we're done. Quest log updated. PRON Terra arrival rest and job integration. Skill progress. Multi-job integration stage 2 swordsman, knight, thief/rogue/stalker, high priest buffs active. He then leaned back and, just for fun, activated merchant skills, producing a small pile of gold coins and overpriced potions out of thin air. Rinna face-palmed. You are ridiculous. Leon raised a brow. Ridiculous? No. Verarch. Hours passed. Leon explained the dangers of the dungeon to a small crowd of adventurers who had gathered out of curiosity. The bosses follow predictable patterns, he said, pacing dramatically. Mid-tier, sure, you might survive, but if you try to brute force it, well, let's just say the Sentinel eats unprepared parties like bread. And trust me, it's not as tasty as PRON Terra bread. A young knight whispered, is he serious? Rinna muttered, sadly, yes. Leon smiled innocently. I'm also offering free tips. First tip, memorize patterns. Second tip, don't underestimate multi-job synergy. Third tip, avoid getting eaten. The adventurers scribbled notes feverishly. Some even whispered about forming a fan club. Rinna groaned again. Leon, you're turning PRON Terra into your personal comedy show. Leon winked. Comedy and terror. The perfect combination for a Verarch. As night fell over PRON Terra, Leon and Rinna looked toward the distant tower, its ominous silhouette just visible under the moonlight. Leon's aura shimmered faintly as he continued meditating on multi-job integration. Tomorrow, he said, we start Phase 2. Full skill combination testing in a dungeon that actually matters. The tower won't know what's coming. Rinna sighed. Great. Another day of surviving your experiments. Leon grinned. Exactly. And maybe I'll make that bread tomorrow too. The two laughed softly, the tension of the plains easing for the first time in weeks. But in Leon's mind, a plan was forming. Every skill, every job, every memory of Talon Tales on Earth would soon combine into a single unstoppable force. PRON Terra was just the beginning, and the tower and Baphomet had no idea what was coming. Chapter 6 Dungeon Madness. Multi-Job Mayhem. The next morning, Leon stretched lazily atop a pile of Terra bread he had somehow baked overnight. Crumbs fell onto his cloak, but he didn't care. Today was the day. Today, he would test full multi-job integration in a real dungeon. Rinna glared at him over a steaming cup of tea. Leon, why are you eating bread while we're supposed to be dangerous? Leon chewed thoughtfully. Because survival first. Then glory. Then maybe more bread. Quest updated. Dungeon exploration tutorial level completed. Next objective. Enter Terra Sewers Dungeon Boss and Mini-Boss Challenge. The Terra Sewers were infamous among adventurers. It wasn't just rats and slimes. The labyrinthine tunnels contained Slime King, Sewer Golem, Rotfang Wolves, and Vile Moth Swarms. These monsters weren't just dangerous, they were unpredictable, and many parties had died attempting the dungeon. Leon's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Inside the dim tunnels, the air was damp and smelled faintly of mold. Leon's cheat mode scanned continuously. Monster detected. Slime King LV45 Elite. HP. 120,000 Weakness. Fire. He smirked. Oh, hello, GUI royalty. You're going to make a nice experiment. The Slime King oozed toward them, splitting into lesser slimes with every swipe. Leon activated Swordsman and Knight and High Wizard integration. He swung his sword in a perfectly calculated arc while casting Firewall and Meteor Storm, melting the minions faster than they could multiply. Skill sequence: Sword/Meteor Storm Firewall Chase Walk. Rinna blinked. He's doing everything at once. Leon winked. Of course. Why not? Even the dungeon's Rotfang Wolves appeared, snarling and charging. Leon layered High Priest buffs Gloria, Sacrament, Assumptio, increase agility while weaving Stalker Chase Walk around the wolves' attacks. Every movement was premeditated, every spell optimized. Multi-job integration status, 75% complete. Adaptive skill feedback, perfect execution detected. It wasn't all serious, though. At one point, Leon attempted a rogue backstab combo on a sewer golem, only to trip slightly on a puddle of slime. Rinna snorted. You. Tripping. Leon coughed, recovering instantly with a chase walk teleport behind the golem. Tactical misstep. Adds suspense. The vile moth swarms buzzed down from the ceiling, their toxic dust causing minor poison damage. Leon muttered, "Okay, poison, noted." Instantly, he layered Priest Heal and Sacrament Regeneration while blasting Lord of Vermilion, scattering the moths like confetti. Monster defeated. Slime King, Rotfang Wolves, Sewer Golem, Vile Moth Swarm. Loot acquired, 10 rare crystals, Dungeon Token X3, Fire Essence. Midway through, Leon paused dramatically in a wide chamber. His voice echoed, "Listen carefully, dungeon. Today, you are going to understand the true meaning of multi-job synergy." Dungeon boss detected. Carrion Drake LV70 Elite Boss. HP, 400,000 Weakness, Ice Attack Pattern, Fire Breath Tail Sweep Wing Slam Summon Minions. Rinna muttered, "Why do I get the feeling he's going to monologue before fighting?" Leon ignored her and activated High Wizard Instant Cast and High Priest buffs and Stalker Mobility. The Carrion Drake unleashed a massive fire breath, but Leon Chase walked across the chamber, teleporting behind its hind legs. He unleashed a combo, Meteor Storm, Frost Bolt, and High Priest Sacrament buff, all while keeping Assumptio and Gloria active. The boss staggered. Pattern recognized, Leon muttered to himself, recalling the boss fights from his memory of Earth. Fire Breath Tail Sweep Wing Slam Summon Minions. Sure enough, the Drake lashed its tail. Leon predicted the arc, teleporting precisely, and landed a rogue backstab and Stalker Shadow Strike, exploiting the weak point at its spine. Even the minions didn't stand a chance. Lesser carrion hatchlings swarmed, only to be frozen, fried, and vaporized in seconds. Leon began laughing mid-combo. Why is this so much fun? Rina asked incredulously, dodging a stray frost bolt. Because patterns exist. Leon exclaimed, spinning and casting Lord of Vermilion across the chamber. This is a world with rules, Rina. And I know every single one of them. The boss finally staggered, smoke rising from its scales. Leon combined Chase Walk, Rogue Skills, Swordsman Strike, and High Wizard AoE, landing the final blow. The Carrion Drake collapsed in a heap of loot and experience points. Boss defeated, Carrion Drake. Loot acquired, Dragon Scale X5, Rare Crystal X7, Dungeon Master Token. Skill progress, multi-job integration 90%. As the dust settled, Leon leaned against a wall, brushing slime off his cloak. See? Nothing to it. Multi-job synergy is deliciously efficient. Rina groaned. You're insane. You made a dungeon that kills normal parties look like a playground. Leon smirked, holding up a slice of leftover bread. And the playground serves snacks. Dungeon cleared. PRON Terra Sewers Elite Boss conquered. Next objective. Prepare for Tower Expedition. Advanced multi-job testing required. Outside the dungeon, Leon looked up at the distant tower, its silhouette looming ominously. He could feel Baphomet's influence subtly in the air. The real challenge was coming, but now, with all integrated skills, boss pattern knowledge, and a pinch of chaos and humor, Leon felt untouchable. Rina, he said with a grin, Phase 2 complete. Phase 3, Tower. And maybe, we grab ice cream on the way. Rina shook her head, muttering, You're unbelievable. Leon winked. And predictable. That's the beauty of patterns. Chapter 7 Tower Base, Golden Thief Bug Encounter. The tower loomed like a jagged monolith above PRON Terra, casting a long shadow across the city. Its entrance exuded a faint magical hum, sending chills down the spines of even seasoned adventurers. But Leon? He merely yawned. Finally, he said, adjusting his cloak. The tower. This is where things get interesting. Rina followed, holding her staff tightly. Interesting? Leon, last dungeon nearly killed normal parties. What makes you think the tower is different? Leon smirked, eyes scanning the tower's base with cheat mode active. Tower analysis. Base floor magical barriers active. Detected monsters. Golden Thief Bug LV85 Elite. Other monsters unknown. Scanning required. He raised an eyebrow. Other monsters? Hey, that explains why I didn't fully recognize the Slime King before. Adaptive algorithms didn't have full data on it. Rina blinked. You mean, you didn't even recognize one of the dungeon bosses before? Leon shrugged. Details, Rina. Details. Anyway, this Golden Thief Bug looks fun. Inside the tower's first chamber, the air shimmered with golden light. The Golden Thief Bug emerged, its armored shell glinting under the magical illumination. Tiny coins spilled from its movements, jingling ominously. Golden Thief Bug LV85 Elite Boss. HP, 500,000 Special, Steel Equipment, High Evasion, Multi-Stage Combat. The boss paused, clicking its mandibles. Then, as if sensing Leon's power, it launched a flurry of attacks. Leon grinned. Ah, so you steal things. I suppose you won't be taking anything from me. Not when I can teleport faster than you can blink. He activated Chase Walk, weaving between its attacks effortlessly, while layering Swordsman and Knight and Stalker and High Wizard and High Priest skills. His cloak flickered with overlapping auras, the divine glow of Assumptio, the arcane shimmer of Meteor Storm, and the shadow streak of Chase Walk. The Golden Thief Bug attempted to snatch Leon's gear with a quick swipe, but Leon countered with adaptive dodge and rogue backstab, landing a devastating combo while simultaneously casting Lord of Vermilion. Sparks flew across the chamber. Phase 1 boss HP, 350,000. The bug split into many thief bugs, each attempting to steal coins, potions, or even pieces of the dungeon floor. Leon smirked. Many bugs? Really? You're cute, and I say that with love. He cast Firewall and Meteor Storm, melting the mini bugs into harmless puddles of gold and glitter. Even the coins sparkled ominously as they rolled across the floor. Rinna muttered, "You call that love?" Leon waved a hand, catching a coin midair with merchant coin grab. Precision love. You should try it sometime. The golden thief bug roared, entering phase 2, its shell cracked, revealing a glowing core. Its attacks became more unpredictable, combining rapid mandible strikes, tail swipe, and summon coin projectiles. Leon's expression darkened, with excitement. Phase 2 boss HP, 200,000 special, rapid attack and equipment steal disabled by VerArch adaptive analysis. He layered High Wizard instant cast, launching Meteor Storm Lord of Vermilion Frostbolt while teleporting with Chase Walk, dodging every strike. Simultaneously, he maintained High Priest buffs, ensuring even Rinna could follow without being overwhelmed. Rinna gasped. Leon. I can't even see what you're doing anymore. Leon chuckled. I know. That's the point. Multi-job synergy in action. Observe and learn. The boss attempted one final desperate maneuver, a coin explosion, hurling gold at supersonic speed toward Leon. He smiled, recalling Earth's game mechanics. Ah, a predictable pattern. Let's see. Golden Thief bug attack pattern recognized. Coin explosion charge mandible slam. Leon teleport behind it, landed a rogue backstab, and followed immediately with Meteor Storm and Lord of Vermilion, hitting its weak core. The Golden Thief bug staggered, blinking rapidly. Boss defeated. Golden Thief bug. Loot acquired. Gold Coin Pouch X5, Gold Essence X3, Dungeon Master Token Tower Base. As the dust settled, Leon dusted his hands off. Coins rolled across the floor, some sticking to his cloak. Rinna, he said casually, did you notice something? She groaned, holding her staff like a lifeline. What now? I didn't even recognize the Slime King before. Adaptive learning just fixed that oversight. The tower is going to be fun. Rinna blinked. You mean, this is fun? Leon grinned. Absolutely. Every pattern, every skill, every monster, predictable. And that makes it deliciously enjoyable. Skill update, multi-job integration 95% complete. Adaptive analysis, tower boss patterns recognized all current floor. He pocketed the coins. Now, phase 3. Tower exploration. Rinna, hope you're ready. This is where VerArch power meets true danger, and maybe some more comedic chaos. Rinna shook her head, muttering, I swear, one day, your comedy is going to get us killed. Leon winked. Or, immortal. Depends on your perspective. Chapter 8 Payon Journey, Archer Village and New Allies. The wind carried a crisp scent of pine as Leon and Rinna approached Payon Town, the ancient city famed for its archer training grounds, hidden temples, and quiet, forested paths. The town sat at the edge of the vast Payon Woods, where rumors of deadly monsters and rogue adventurers circulated among traders. Leon adjusted his cloak and squinted toward the Archer Village, a cluster of wooden houses with archery ranges scattered between them. Strings of targets swayed gently in the breeze, and the faint twang of bows echoed through the air. Ah, this place? Leon said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Precision, agility, and deadly accuracy. Some of my multi-job synergy could learn from these archers. Rinna rolled her eyes. You mean, you're comparing yourself to people who actually aim for things instead of just spamming meteor storms? Leon smirked. Exactly. We might learn a thing or two. And maybe make a few friends. Or enemies. Depends on how polite I'm feeling. The first figure they saw was a young archer practicing with a bow almost as tall as him. He launched an arrow, hitting a bullseye perfectly. Leon tilted his head. NPC detected. Arya Swift Arrow LV-42 Archer. Skills: Double Strafe, Arrow Shower, Falconry Bond. Arya noticed them and raised an eyebrow. You two are new here. Who are you? Leon bowed dramatically. Leon Verarch, multi-job adventurer extraordinaire. And this is my companion, Rinna. We just cleared the tower base, no big deal. Arya blinked. Tower base? You mean that dangerous dungeon? Alone. Leon shrugged. Mostly alone. Technically I had Rinna. Rinna muttered under her breath. Mostly him alone. The village elder, an old archer named Eldrick Longbow, approached. His eyes twinkled behind his glasses. So, you cleared the tower base? Impressive. Perhaps you're the kind of adventurer our village could benefit from. Archers here are training for something bigger. But perhaps you might enjoy learning our ways, or teaching us yours. Leon's eyes sparkled. Teaching? Absolutely. Learning? Maybe. Depends if it's fun. Eldrick chuckled. Fun is often the most dangerous motivator for adventurers. As they walked deeper into the village, Leon noticed training grounds filled with different archery students, bowmasters, ranger apprentices, and falconers. Job recognition Payon Village. Archer, basic bow skills, accurate shooting. Hunter, beast companions and traps. Sniper, long range, high crit damage. Falconer, summons falcons for attack and scouting. Leon grinned. Ah. I can integrate some bow mechanics with stalker agility and maybe ranger tracking skills. Should be fun. Rinna sighed. Please don't make the entire village explode just because you're excited. Suddenly, a small group of bandits appeared near the forest entrance, drawn by tales of the adventurers' recent exploits. Their leader, a rogue archer, sneered. Ha! You must be the so-called tower conqueror, the bandit mocked. Let's see if your fame is deserved. Leon stepped forward, unconcerned. Bandits, how quaint. I was about to admire archery technique, but you'll do. Combat engagement bandits, LV-35. Leon activated Stalker and Rogue and High Wizard and High Priest integration. Using Chase Walk, he darted between trees and bandits, landing backstab combos, casting Firewall for area damage, and buffing Rinna with Sacrament and Gloria. The archers from the village led by Arya watched in awe. Few had ever seen someone fight with such speed, precision, and spell synergy. Bandits defeated loot, silver arrows, bandit emblem. Leon dusted himself off. See? Multi-job synergy. Archery training? Optional when you can chase walk through danger. Arya approached cautiously. You fight like no one I've ever seen. Maybe you are the famous adventurer. Leon grinned. Famous? Perhaps. Modest? Rarely. Later, Leon and Rinna wandered into the village center, where archers were showing off archery tricks, trap placement, and even falconer scouting exercises. Learning opportunity, archer village skills. Arrow shower, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. Falcon strike, summon falcon for aerial strike. Trap mastery, set hidden traps in forests or dungeons. Leon smirked. Arrow shower and meteor storm combo, might be fun. Trap mastery and stalker chase walk, hilarious. Rinna groaned. Please don't do both at once. By the evening, Leon had earned the attention and a bit of worry of the village. The archers gathered around him, asking about his tower exploits, Golden Thief bug encounter, and even the Slime King dungeon, which Leon admitted he hadn't fully recognized before. Arya laughed. You mean, a monster we all fear and you didn't even recognize? Leon grinned. Patterns exist. Recognition is optional. Survival is mandatory. Eldrick chuckled. Well, perhaps you can stay here for a while. Teach us a few tricks, learn some of ours, and prepare for what lies beyond Payon Woods. Leon tilted his head, eyes gleaming. Agreed. And maybe I'll test a few combined tricks in the forest tomorrow. Purely educational. Rinna groaned. I knew it. Disaster in the making. Leon smirked. Or, legendary victories. Depends on perspective. As night fell over Payon Town, the stars shone brightly above the Archer village, hinting at the adventures yet to come. Leon's reputation continued to grow, and the tower still looming in the distance waited for his next move. Quest updated. Explore Payon Village training and new allies acquired. Chapter 9 Payon Dungeon, Cat O' Tails. The morning sun barely peeked over the horizon as Leon and Rinna stood at the entrance to Payon Dungeon, a network of ancient underground corridors rumored to house some of the deadliest monsters in the region. Leon stretched lazily. Ah, smells like adventure, danger, and maybe slightly catastrophic fun. Perfect. Rinna groaned, adjusting her staff. You really think that your fun is anyone else's definition of fun, don't you? Leon winked. Of course. Fun is subjective. Survival, universal. Dungeon detected. Payon Dungeon floors 1-4. Monster analysis. Various LV-3065 boss floor 4. Cat O' Tails LV-90 elite. Floor 1 skeleton patrol. The first floor was a dim corridor filled with patrolling skeletons, their bones clattering against the stone floor. Monster detected. Skeleton warrior LV-32. Skeleton archer LV-30. Leon activated chase walk. Let's start simple. With high wizard instant cast, he cast firewall along the hallway, then followed with a meteor storm, sending skeletons flying in all directions. Rinna muttered, You just incinerated half the dungeon before it even began. Leon shrugged, catching a falling skeleton sword. Efficiency is key. By the end of floor 1, the duo had cleared the path with minimal effort. Leon observed the skeleton's attack patterns for future adaptive learning. Skill update. Skeleton pattern recognition 100%. Floor 2 Zombie Swarm and Slime King Echo. Floor 2 opened into a cavernous room where zombies shuffled, groaning as they advanced. In one corner, a massive Slime King Echo oozed, a remnant of the creature he had previously misjudged. Monster detected. Zombie LV-35. Slime King Echo LV-50. Leon's eyes twinkled. Ah. I didn't recognize this last time. Adaptive learning activated. He layered high priest buffs on himself and Rinna, Assumptio, Sacrament, Gloria, increasing their defense and attack speed. Then, using Stalker Chase Walk and Rogue Backstab, he darted between zombies, cutting them down efficiently. The Slime King echoed a loud gurgle and attempted slime split, creating smaller slimes to overwhelm them. Leon smirked. Oh, you think splitting helps? That's cute. He cast Lord of Vermilion, followed by a Frostbolt barrage, freezing and shattering the mini slimes before they could even move. Floor 2 cleared. Skill update. Zombie End Slime Patterns 100%. Floor 3 Trap-filled Hall and Archer Phantom. Floor 3 was a maze of hidden traps, pressure plates, and spectral archers firing arrows from the shadows. Monster detected. Archer Phantom LV-45. Poison Trap LV-40. Rinna whispered, I think someone really wanted to kill intruders here. Leon grinned. Well, they almost succeeded at being unoriginal. Using Ranger Trap Analysis and Stalker Chase Walk, he disabled traps and moved with near ghost-like speed. The phantoms fired arrows relentlessly, but Leon dodged them with perfect timing, even occasionally flicking a firewall behind him to melt spectral enemies mid-air. Floor 3 cleared. Skill update. Trap detection mastered. Archer phantom patterns recognized. Floor 4 Cat O9 Tails boss fight. Floor 4 opened into a massive cavern. 9 luminous tails swayed from the boss, each lined with spikes and crackling with magical energy. Boss detected. Cat O9 Tails LV90 Elite. HP 750,000. Multi-tail whip. Summon minions. Shadow pounce. Adaptive AI. Rinna's eyes widened. 9 tails? And spikes? Leon, this is... Leon interrupted, scanning with cheat mode. Pattern recognition. Multi-tail whip. Shadow pounce. Summon minions. Multi-tail chain combo. Relax, Leon said. Predictable patterns. Very fun. The Cat O9 Tails lunged, swinging 3 tails simultaneously while summoning Hellcats. Leon activated Chase Walk, weaving between tails, and cast Meteor Storm on the minions. Adaptive strategy. High Wizard and Stalker and High Priest buffs active. The boss roared, its tails smashing the floor, sending shockwaves across the cavern. Leon jumped, using Rogue Backstab on the boss's rear, landing critical hits amplified by Stalker agility and multi-job synergy. Boss HP 500,000 250,000. Rinna cast healing and buffs, amazed at how Leon coordinated multi-job skills mid-fight. The Cat O9 Tails attempted Shadow Pounce, aiming to crush Leon against the wall. But Leon predicted the attack. Phase 2. Dodge and counter. He teleported behind the boss, unleashing Lord of Vermilion and Meteor Storm combo, targeting the core weak spot. Sparks flew, tails flailed wildly, and the cavern shook. Finally, with a final Rogue and Stalker critical strike, the boss staggered, letting out a piercing roar, then collapsed. Boss defeated. Cat O9 Tails. Loot. Cat Tail Charm X3, 9 lives pendant, Dungeon Master token. Pay on floor 4. Leon dusted himself off, grinning. 9 tails, 9 minutes of fun. I'd say that's efficient. Rinna groaned, leaning on her staff. Fun? You're impossible. Leon shrugged. Legendary victories require subjective fun. By the time they exited Payon Dungeon, Leon had analyzed every enemy pattern, acquired powerful loot, and solidified his multi-job integration, ready for even more dangerous adventures ahead. Quest update. Payon Dungeon cleared. Boss defeated. Cat O9 Tails. Skill update. Multi-job combat mastery 98%. Next objective. Explore deeper dungeons. Unlock hidden treasures. Confront new bosses. After their victorious adventure through Payon Dungeon, Leon and Rinna returned to Payon Town, their bodies weary but their spirits high. The sun cast long shadows across the forest path, and the quiet chirping of birds made Rinna relax for the first time in days. Leon stretched his arms dramatically. Ah, glorious victory. Cat O9 Tails, 9 tails, 9 minutes, did I say that already? Rinna rolled her eyes. Yes, and we're not here to relieve your ego. We need to train. I'm way behind you in levels. Leon clapped his hands. Ah. Excellent. Training. Personal leveling. Let's turn you from a timid mage into a crusader. Shield, sword, and unstoppable determination. Rinna job proposal. Crusader LV1 novice transition. Skills. Bash. Shield chain. Heal. Defensive aura. Role. Melee tank. Support. Party buffer. Rinna blinked. Crusader? You want me to fight at the front lines? You know what happens when you rush ahead. Leon waved a hand dismissively. Details. Details. You'll thank me when monsters miss their attacks because of your shield, while I'm free to, obliterate them. Day 1 Training Basics. Leon led Rinna to an open training ground outside Payon Town, where wooden dummies stood as targets. First, Leon explained, we need your stance. Think strong, Think defense. Think heroic. And swing that sword. Rinna hesitated, then swung the wooden sword awkwardly. The dummy wobbled. Not bad, for a beginner, Leon said, nodding approvingly. Now try shield chain block, bash, repeat. Skill training, shield chain LV1. The next tower was filled with comic mishaps. Rinna tripped over her own shield, accidentally knocked over a stack of training barrels, and sent a stray wooden sword flying toward a nearby chicken coop. Leon ducked just in time. Close call. That chicken will never forget this lesson in survival tactics. Rinna groaned. I hate you. Leon smirked. You love me. Day 2 Advanced Techniques and Buff Synergy. By the second day, Rinna had grown more confident. Leon introduced Buff Synergy, teaching her how to pair her defensive aura with Leon's High Priest Sacrament and Gloria. Imagine this, Leon said, gesturing dramatically. I buff you, you become a walking fortress. Monsters hit you, bounce back, maybe even get embarrassed. Rinna raised an eyebrow. Embarrassed? Are you serious? Leon grinned. Absolutely. Emotional damage counts too. Skill training, defensive aura LV3. Buff combo, Leon and Rinna plus 30% defense, plus 20% HP Riggin. Next, Leon introduced offensive techniques, combining bash and shield chain to stun enemies. They practiced on enchanted training golems, which exploded in harmless sparks every time they fell. Rinna finally managed a perfect combo, bouncing the golem back and hitting it twice in one strike. Leon clapped. See? Perfect execution. You're officially less squishy, officially dangerous, officially my partner in crime. Rinna groaned. Why do I feel like I'm going to get blamed for your ego next? Day 3 Simulated Dungeon Combat. Leon decided to take Rinna to a mini-dungeon simulation, a controlled environment where monsters from floors 1-2 of Paon Dungeon were spawned for training. Monsters spawn: Skeleton Warrior LV30, Zombie LV32, Slime LV35. Your mission, Leon said, pointing dramatically, is to tank and protect me while I perform highly dangerous, low-effort obliterations. Rinna charged nervously. Her shield blocked a skeleton's swing, and she retaliated with shield chain, stunning it for Leon's Meteor Storm follow-up. Monster defeated: Skeleton Warrior X5, Zombie X3. Rinna beamed. I did it. I actually tanked and hit something. Leon winked. Congratulations. You've officially leveled up as my trusted crusader. Let's see. Level 12 now? Not bad. Day 4 Speed and Agility Training. Leon noted Rinna's slightly slower movement compared to her magical potential. Using chase walk drills, he taught her to dodge attacks and reposition efficiently while still maintaining tank status. Skill training, evasion and shield guard combo LV2. Rinna finally managed to dodge a slime split attack perfectly, countering with bash and shield chain, earning a thumbs up from Leon. Leon chuckled. Look at you. Agile crusader, like a cat, well, maybe a small tiger. Rinna huffed. I'm not a cat. And don't compare me to the boss we fought last week. Day 5 Dungeon Floor Simulation and Strategy. For the final day of training, Leon created a full-scale simulation of Paon Dungeon Floors 1-3, including multiple skeletons, zombies, slimes, and phantoms. Rinna coordinated shields, defensive buffs, and counter-attacks. Leon focused on pattern recognition, Meteor Storm combos, and backstabs. Their synergy was seamless. Skill update: Rinna Crusader LV25 Bash LV12 Shield Chain LV10 Defensive Aura LV6. Buff integration: plus 40% defense, plus 25% HP Riggin, plus 15% evasion. Leon clapped. Congratulations, Rinna. You're officially less squishy, more deadly, and funnier than you think you are. Rina rolled her eyes. Less squishy, funny? You're impossible. Leon winked. Exactly. That's why we work so well together. By the end of the week, Rina had become a competent crusader, ready to assist Leon in any dungeon, boss fight, or chaotic adventure. More importantly, their teamwork had strengthened Leon's chaotic overpowered multi-job abilities paired with Rina's sturdy tanking and buffs made them a nearly unstoppable duo. After a grueling week of dungeon raids, boss fights, and intense training, Leon and Rina returned to Payon Town with a small pile of loot and a lot of dust on their clothes. Leon stretched his arms dramatically. Ah, victory. Glory. Dust in places I didn't know existed. Rina smirked, brushing off some dirt. And I'm supposed to be impressed? You look like a walking broomstick. Leon waved a hand. Details. Now, a hero must always reward himself, and his trusty crusader's sidekick. Rina raised an eyebrow. Reward? Hey? That sounds suspiciously like shopping. Leon grinned. Shopping? Yes. But also, bonding. Emotional leveling. Maybe even romance points. Rina groaned. You are impossible. Strolling through the market. The two wandered through the bustling Payon Town market, where merchants sold weapons, potions, armor, and exotic trinkets. Leon's eyes gleamed at every item, from enchanted staves to glowing rings. Look at this sword. It's shiny. It probably kills 30 monsters at once. Or, maybe 40. Rina laughed. You're exaggerating again. And why are you holding a frying pan? Leon spun the pan proudly. Emergency weapon. Always prepared. They passed a potion stand. Leon picked up a strange red liquid. Healing potions. Very important. Especially for heroic types. He winked at Rina. Rina snorted. I am heroic. An already level 25 crusader, don't forget. Leon leaned closer dramatically. Exactly why I need to keep an eye on you. Hero Protection Service. Price, 1 ice cream per day. Rina rolled her eyes but allowed herself a small smile. Fine, but only if I pick the flavor. Ice cream and awkward moments. They sat on a bench near the fountain, each holding a colorful cone. Leon accidentally got a drip on his sleeve. See, he said, pointing at the stain. Even heroes have sacrifices. Rina laughed, shaking her head. You're ridiculous. Leon shrugged, licking his ice cream. Ridiculous, yes. But charming, debatably. There was a short pause as they both enjoyed their ice cream. Rina glanced at Leon, noticing for the first time how he didn't always look cocky sometimes. He just seemed relaxed. You know, she said softly, you're really annoying, but I guess I like traveling with you. Leon perked up, smirking. Ah, a confession. Leveling up in emotional connection, check. Rina nudged him. Don't push your luck. Leon grinned, pretending to be hurt. I'll take it. I'll take any acknowledgement I can get. Random shopping shenanigans. Next, they wandered into a small weapons shop. Leon immediately picked up a pair of comically large gauntlets. Rina crossed her arms. You're not buying those. Leon pointed dramatically. Why not? They're perfect for smashing monster heads, frying pans optional. Rina rolled her eyes. Fine. But you are paying for them yourself. Leon winked. Heroic expenses are always justified. They left the shop, laughing and teasing each other along the way. For a brief moment, there were no dungeons, no monsters, no bosses, just two adventurers enjoying a rare day of peace. Evening by the fountain. As the sun set, the golden light reflected off the town's stone buildings. Leon and Rina stood by the fountain, quiet for the first time all day. Leon tossed a coin into the fountain. Make a wish, he said. Rinna looked at him curiously. A wish. He shrugged. Heroes always make wishes. Sometimes for loot, sometimes for adventure partners. Rinna smiled softly. I guess that works too. For a moment, they just stood there, side by side, comfortable in each other's presence. No jokes, no explosions, no monsters, just two friends, maybe more, sharing a peaceful evening in Paon Town. Leon nudged her playfully. Next time, ice cream battle. Winner gets to pick the dungeon. Rinna laughed. You're on. But don't cry when I win. Leon winked. I never cry, except when bosses hit me in the feels. And with that, the two adventurers walked back to their inn, ready for whatever chaos awaited them next together. The sun had barely risen over Paon Town, casting long, golden streaks across the rooftops. While Leon and Rinna were still enjoying the quiet after their day of shopping and ice cream, in the shadowed corners of the forest just outside town, a figure watched. Clad in dark robes that seemed to swallow the light around them, the figure's hood concealed their face, leaving only a pair of sharp, calculating eyes visible. In their hand was a scroll, filled with crude sketches of dungeons, monsters, and most disturbingly Leon. So, this is the one they call Leon, the figure muttered, voice low and cold. Already defeating bosses in Paon, leveling faster than anyone expected. The figure's lips twisted into a smile that didn't reach their eyes. If he continues like this, he will be unstoppable. He must be eliminated or controlled. A second figure stepped from the shadows, a scout, silently bowing. Master, he is currently in town with Rinna. They appear relaxed. No guards, no allies besides her. The first figure's fingers tapped the scroll rhythmically. Perfect. This is exactly the opportunity I've been waiting for. Prepare the contingencies. Set the traps. Let the hero know that even heroes have enemies. The scout nodded silently and disappeared into the forest, leaving the first figure alone. They muttered to themselves. Leon thinks he's untouchable. We'll see how long that lasts. Back in town. Meanwhile, Leon and Rinna were blissfully unaware. At the edge of the marketplace, Leon examined a new scroll of fire spells, while Rinna haggled over a new shield. Honestly, Leon, Rinna said, pointing at the ridiculously oversized gauntlets he had bought, I think you're more likely to get hurt trying to wear those than actually fighting a monster. Leon winked. Fear not, Crusader. My body is ready, my mind is sharper, my ego is perfectly invincible. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow flickered between the market stalls, a small, cloaked figure watching, taking note of every item Leon inspected, every weapon he wielded, every little habit he had. The plot unfolds. That night, in the quiet of a darkened room in the forest, the figure convened with others, rogues, dark mages, and shadowy assassins. Leon is no ordinary adventurer, the figure said, pacing. High wizard abilities, instant cast. Stalker stealth techniques. High priest buffs. He is growing stronger faster than we anticipated. And now, with his crusader partner, their synergy is dangerous. A mage sneered. We can just attack him now. Crush him before he levels further. The figure shook their head. No. Too risky. He's unpredictable, clever. Direct confrontation would be suicide. No, we will use subtlety. Poison the dungeon paths, manipulate weaker adventurers. Plant false rumors. Let him grow confident, then strike. An assassin whispered, and if he finds out. The figure's eyes glinted. Then we adjust. Heroes are fragile creatures, prideful, headstrong, and always thinking they are invincible. That pride will be their undoing. A map of Paon Woods, Paon dungeon floors 1-4, and monster locations was spread across the table. Red marks circled Leon's last known position and probable dungeon paths. The figure traced a finger across the map. When he ventures back into the dungeons, we strike. But not yet. Let him feel safe. Let him feel untouchable. A foreshadowed encounter. Back in the inn, Leon and Rinna laughed over shared stories from their ice cream adventure. Rinna tilted her head. You really are impossible, you know that. Leon grinned. Exactly. Impossible to forget. Impossible to defeat. And yes, impossible to resist. But outside, unseen through the window, a shadow lingered. Watching. Waiting. Calculating. The figure muttered, barely audible. Enjoy your victory today, Leon. Your luck runs out sooner than you think. And with that, the shadows of Paon began to stir. The peace of the town was about to be shattered, and Leon's journey, already full of chaos, comedy, and adventure, was about to take a far darker turn. The next morning, Leon and Rinna ventured into the outskirts of Paon Woods, eager to test their skills in the dungeons beyond the town. Birds chirped, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the sun filtered through the trees, an almost peaceful scene. Leon grinned. Ah, Paon Woods, full of monsters, loot, and adventure. What could possibly go wrong? Rinna, ever cautious, adjusted her shield. With your attitude, everything could go wrong. They hadn't gone far when Leon noticed something unusual. The forest path seemed too clean, too quiet. The usual rustling of monsters was absent. Leon muttered, eyes narrowing. Rinna. I don't like this. Something feels off. Rinna frowned. I noticed it too. Stay alert. The trap activates. Suddenly, a series of tripwires and magical runes activated. From the shadows, shadowy assassins and rogue mages leapt out, surrounding them. The leader of the plot, a figure in dark robes, hooded, with eyes that glinted like steel, stepped forward. So, the great Leon finally walks into my little trap, the figure hissed. I've been waiting a long time for this. Leon's eyes flickered, and a faint smirk appeared. You've been waiting, hey? That's cute. But predictable. The figure's grin widened. Predictable? No, dangerous. But even the dangerous can be cornered. Battle begins, chaos unleashed. Leon immediately activated his stalker skills, vanishing from sight with chase walk, reappearing behind a rogue mage. With a swift motion, he unleashed instant cast high wizard spells, Meteor Storm and Fire Wall, scattering the mages. High wizard skills activated, Meteor Storm LV-15, Fire Wall LV-12. Rinna stepped forward, defensive aura glowing, shielding Leon from an incoming flurry of arrows. Her shield chain knocked one assassin backward into a tree. Rinna skills activated, shield chain LV-10, defensive aura LV-6. Leon laughed, almost gleefully. Ah. Chaos. Exactly how I like it. Rinna, behind me, time for buffs. Rinna quickly cast defensive aura and heal, boosting Leon's HP and increasing their damage resistance. Leon's high priest skills enhanced the synergy. Buff combo, Leon and Rinna plus 50% defense, plus 25% HP regen, plus 20% magic damage. The battlefield became a blur of fire, shadows, and flying weapons. Leon's instant cast spells melted through the rogue mage's shields, while Rinna parried arrows and struck back with pinpoint precision. Antagonist reveals plan. From the shadows, the robed figure observed, twirling a dark wand. Impressive, but this is only the beginning. You rely too much on raw power. What happens when I take your advantage away? With a flick of their wrist, a magical barrier surged around Leon and Rinna, separating them from the rest of the forest. Monsters, shadow wolves LV-35, poison spiders LV-38, and phantom skeletons LV-40 materialized from the ground, their presence dark and foreboding. Leon's eyes gleamed. Oh, now it gets fun. Rinna groaned. You said that last time. And we almost died. Monster Spawn, Shadow Wolves X3, Poison Spiders X4, Phantom Skeletons X2. Epic skill combos. Leon moved like a whirlwind, using Chase Walk to dodge attacks, instantly casting high wizard spells to incinerate Shadow Wolves, while Rinna intercepted the poison spiders, shielding Leon and stunning them with shield chain. Leon shouted, Rinna. Now. Stack the buffs and hold them. Rinna, on it. Defensive aura. Heal. And, take this. The phantom skeletons tried to flank them, but Leon used backstab, his stalker skill, landing critical strikes while Rinna's bash and shield chain combo knocked skeletons into each other. The robed figure's eyes narrowed. Interesting, he's stronger than I expected. But let's see how he handles this. With a gesture, the ground erupted, summoning giant stone hands that tried to crush them. Leon leapt, activating teleport, high wizard subskill, to evade, while Rinna's defensive aura absorbed several of the crushing blows. Leon thought, this is exactly the challenge I wanted. Rinna muttered, don't think. Just fight. Turning the tide. Leon grinned, casting Meteor Storm at the center of the monster cluster, simultaneously using Firewall to block reinforcements. The battlefield erupted in fiery chaos, flames reflecting off Rinna's shield as she danced between enemies, stunning and countering with lethal precision. Monster defeat, Shadow Wolves X3, Poison Spiders X4, Phantom Skeletons X2. The robed figure staggered, eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. How? Leon landed softly behind Rinna, looking at the antagonist. I guess you didn't account for experience, pattern recognition, and a crusader with attitude. Rinna smirked, pointing her shield. And don't forget teamwork. Antagonist retreats foreshadowing. The figure hissed, backing away into the shadows. This isn't over. Leon. You'll see. I will not be defeated so easily. The game is far from finished. With a swirl of dark energy, they vanished, leaving behind only a lingering aura of danger. Leon turned to Rinna, wiping sweat from his forehead. Did we just survive an assassination attempt? Rinna asked, still catching her breath. Leon laughed. We didn't just survive, Crusader. We owned it. But someone out there thinks they can challenge me. That'll be fun. Rinna shook her head, smiling despite herself. You're insane. Absolutely insane. Leon grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. Exactly, and you love it. As the sun set over Payon Woods, the adventurers walked back to town, triumphant, unaware of the deeper plots already unfolding in the shadows. Return to Pron Terra Midgards, whispers of conspiracy. The roads to Pron Terra Midgards were long, winding through forests and hills. The air smelled of wet earth and wood smoke, and the occasional chirp of birds offered a strange sense of normalcy after the chaos in Payon Woods. Leon walked alongside Rinna, boots kicking up dust from the cobblestones. His mind replayed the battle over and over. The robed figure, the sudden monster ambush, the sheer precision of the trap. Someone was watching, learning, and waiting. Rinna noticed his grim expression. Leon, you are quiet. Planning which dungeon we attack next. Leon shook his head, his eyes narrowing. No, something's different. That wasn't a random ambush. Someone planned it. And they know about me everything I can do. My skills, my strategies, maybe even my patterns. Rinna gulped. So, someone's plotting against us. Leon smirked faintly, though there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. More than plotting. They're studying me, trying to figure out how to beat me, or control me. Arriving at Pron Terra Midgards. The city gates of Pron Terra Midgards loomed ahead. The bustling town was alive with adventurers of every kind, Swordsmen, archers, thieves, merchants, mages, priests, and even rare jobs like mechanics and guillotine crosses. Leon and Rinna made their way to the Adventurers Guild, a massive stone building adorned with banners and magical wards. Inside, Leon reported the ambush to the guild master, a stern but kind woman with sharp eyes. An ambush, monsters and rogues working together, and a robed figure orchestrating it, she repeated, frowning. This is troubling. Do you have any clues about their motives? Leon shook his head. Not yet, but whoever it is, they're powerful. They're not just trying to kill me, they want information, patterns, control. Whoever they are, they know about my abilities. The guildmaster's eyes darkened. Then you must remain vigilant. I will assign scouts to watch the city and the surrounding forests. And Leon, be careful who you trust. Shadows often move where we cannot see. Whispers in the shadows. Unbeknownst to Leon and Rinna, the robed figure was far from defeated. In a hidden chamber beneath Midgard's, several shadowy figures convened. They were the cabal of conspirators, rogue mages, mercenary leaders, and assassins, all bound by a single purpose: to control or eliminate Leon. We underestimated him, said a mage with a scar across his cheek. He's stronger, faster, smarter than we imagined. And his partner, she's no ordinary crusader. The robed figure, the mastermind, spoke calmly. Underestimation is a lesson. But the bigger picture is clear. Leon is not just any adventurer. His skills, his patterns, his past, all make him a threat to the balance we are trying to enforce. A mercenary sneered. Balance? You mean control? He's already beating monsters faster than anyone in Talon Tales. If he grows unchecked, he could challenge us, the powerful guilds, even the Baphomet lineage itself. The figure nodded. Exactly. His abilities may be unique, but his mind is also sharp. We cannot kill him directly, not yet. He must either serve our interests or be broken by challenges we orchestrate. His growth must be contained, or redirected. A mage asked hesitantly, and if he refuses? The figure's eyes glinted with cold calculation. Then he will fall. We have agents in every dungeon, every town, every shadow. Even Midgard's is not safe. The hero does not yet know the danger lurking around him. Leon's growing suspicion. Back in the guild hall, Leon leaned against a wall, arms crossed. He had seen glances from other adventurers, some envious, some suspicious, some strangely attentive. Rinna, he murmured, not everyone here is who they seem to be. Someone's watching. I can feel it. Rinna frowned. You mean like more spies? Or monsters in disguise? Leon smirked. Could be either. Could be both. And I intend to find out. If someone's plotting against me, they'll regret it. He reached for his staff, checking the engravings that shimmered faintly with high wizard enchantments. His stalker instincts tingled, senses sharp. Patterns in the city, movements in the shadows, all were pieces of a puzzle he intended to solve. Rinna glanced at him, a mixture of worry and admiration. You really never rest, do you? Leon's grin returned, faint but dangerous. Rest is for the weak. The world of Talon Tales, it's already moving. And I intend to stay ahead of it. Whoever plotted against me today, this is just the beginning. Foreshadowing the next conflict. Outside, as the city lights flickered on and adventurers headed home, a pair of figures watched from a nearby rooftop. They whispered, barely audible. He's returned to Midgard's, exactly as expected. Do you think he suspects us? Not yet. But soon, very soon, he will realize that every step, every battle, every choice, is being observed. Leon's name passed between them like a warning and a promise. Leon, the pattern breaker, the threat, the one who must be contained. And somewhere, Deep in the shadows of the city, the web of conspiracy began to tighten. Shadows of Marok and the awakening power. The night in Pron Terram Midgards was unusually quiet. The streets were dimly lit, and a faint wind rustled the banners on the city gates. But even in the relative calm, Leon's senses prickled. Something was coming. Something dark, deliberate, and dangerous. The dark plot revealed. In a hidden lair beneath the ruins of an abandoned chapel on the outskirts of the city, a council of cloaked figures gathered. Their leader's robe shimmered with an unnatural black aura, and his eyes burned red under the hood. "I see you have returned, Leon," the figure whispered to the shadows. Stronger than expected, but still naive. The hero of Talon Tales does not yet understand the power he challenges. A subordinate bowed. "Master Marok, the boy is growing fast. He has defeated the rogue mages, survived the Payon Woods ambush, yet his potential is limitless. Should we accelerate the plan?" The Dark Lord's voice, deep and commanding, echoed through the chamber. "Not yet. Let him taste the world's strength first. Let him awaken his power, only then will he be of interest to me. Heroes who grow too fast must either bend, or be crushed." Another figure, a female assassin with shadowed eyes, smirked. "And if he resists?" Marok's hand clenched, a faint black flame swirling around his fingers. "Then he will learn fear, and pain, and the world will remember his name only as a warning." Leon's suspicion grows. Back in Pron Terram Midgards, Leon paced in his room at the Guild Inn. The feeling of being watched had not left him, and every movement outside his window made him tense. "Rinna," he said quietly, "I've fought monsters and rogue adventurers, but these people, these shadows, they feel different. Not just strong, but corrupt. Like they've drawn power from something far darker than even the dungeons can hold." Rinna frowned, tightening her grip on her shield. "You mean, like the Dark Lord?" "Marok." Leon nodded. "Exactly. And if they are involved, we're not just talking ambushes. We're talking about an entire network of followers. People who worship destruction. People who won't hesitate to manipulate entire dungeons and towns to get what they want. Unlocking a new overpowered skill." That night, as Leon meditated, trying to sense the pattern of his enemies and the lurking threat, he felt a surge deep within his being, a resonance with the memories of his past life, his knowledge of Talon Tales, and the sheer danger pressing against him. A faint glow enveloped him. A new ability awakened. Skill unlocked, Arcane Fusion, High Wizard/Stalker/High Priest hybrid skill. Description: Leon can now combine magical, stealth, and support abilities simultaneously, drastically increasing damage, evasion, and party buffs for a limited duration. Effect: instantly cast multiple offensive spells, Meteor Storm, Lord of Vermilion, with 50% increased damage. Apply high agility stalker evasion buffs, allowing near-instant movement across the battlefield. Activate High Priest blessings on himself and allies, boosting HP regen and defense. Duration: 3 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Leon felt his senses sharpen. He could almost predict the moves of his enemies, recognize attack patterns before they occurred, and feel the ebb and flow of magic around him. This changes everything," Leon murmured, testing the skill by conjuring a mini meteor storm while teleporting around his room. Sparks lit the ceiling as he laughed softly. "Bring it on, Marok." "I'm ready." Rinna peeked in, wide-eyed. "Leon, did you just blow a hole in the ceiling?" Leon grinned, unbothered. "Minor collateral damage. Focus, Rinna. Our enemies are moving, and so must we." The villain's motive becomes clear. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ruins, Marok's followers gathered intelligence. Maps, dungeon schematics, and reports from spies littered the floor. "Our goal is simple," Marok's voice boomed. "We cannot allow a hero like Leon to exist unchecked. His abilities threaten the balance of darkness I intend to impose. The dungeons, the towns, even the guilds, all must bow or fall. And when he reaches full strength, we will either break him or use him to further our dominion." The assassin's lips curled. "So, we tempt him, weaken him, and claim him for Marok." "Yes," Marok whispered, almost reverently. "And if he resists, he will become an example. Fear is the strongest weapon, and heroes must learn fear." Foreshadowing the coming war. Back in Terum Midgards, Leon stood atop the guild's highest tower, gazing at the horizon. The sun dipped below the distant mountains, casting crimson shadows over the city. "I can feel them," he said softly to himself, fingers tightening around his staff. "Marok, his followers, they're already moving. But I won't wait to be their pawn. I'll strike first, and I'll grow stronger before they even realize what hit them." Rinna stood beside him, calm but alert. "Then we prepare. Together." Leon's eyes glinted. "Together, and unstoppable. Let them come. Let the shadows gather. Because when they do, they'll see exactly why heroes like me don't just survive, we dominate." And far away, in the darkness, a faint laugh echoed through the ruins of the chapel, a chilling, hollow promise of chaos, power, and the coming clash with Marok's followers. Leon stood on the edge of Terum Midgard's city walls, the wind tugging at his cloak. Rinna watched him, her bow slung over her shoulder. "Are you sure you don't want to rest first? You've been pushing yourself non-stop." Leon shook his head, a faint smile on his face. "Rest is a luxury we can't afford. Marok's followers are moving, and I need to master this new skill. Not just raw power, mobility and control are key." He closed his eyes, channeling his mana. The air around him shimmered, crackling with energy. Skill activated. Teleportation mastery. Effect. Instantly teleport up to 30 meters in any direction, ignoring obstacles. Can be chained multiple times within seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Leon's form blurred, disappearing from the battlement and reappearing atop the guild's highest tower, then a moment later on the street below. Citizens stared in shock as he demonstrated a graceful, fluid series of teleports, moving faster than the eye could follow. This is insane," Rinna murmured. "You're everywhere at once." Leon grinned, circling her and backflipping onto a nearby roof. "Not everywhere, yet. But this skill gives me options. Attack, evade, observe, and now, control the battlefield. Warp portal, tactical mastery." Leon knelt on the cobblestones and traced a small arcane symbol into the ground. A faint, glowing circle formed. Skill activated. Warp portal. Effect. Create a portal linking two locations within 100 meters. Party members and summoned allies can travel instantly. Can be used for escape, ambush, or repositioning in battle. He gestured to Rinna. "Step through here." She blinked, then found herself on the guild's tower roof in an instant. Leon smiled. "Now imagine this in combat. I can split enemies, flank them, or rescue allies trapped in a dungeon corner." Rinna nodded slowly, her expression mixing awe and concern. "You're becoming unstoppable, but dangerous. Don't get too cocky." Leon's eyes glimmered. "I'm not cocky. I'm prepared." Testing his skills in the streets. Leon spent the afternoon weaving through Terum Midgard's alleyways, testing teleport chains and portal placements. He practiced teleporting through a street to flank a patrolling monster, setting portals to move allies safely around a simulated fire trap, combining teleport and arcane fusion to unleash meteor storms while evading incoming attacks. Even the guild's master nodded in approval. "You've turned mobility into an art, Leon. These skills, if mastered, will make you nearly untouchable." Leon smirked. "Nearly? I prefer invincible." Foreshadowing the ambush. As the sun set, shadows began to pool in the corners of the city. Leon's senses tingled the same subtle, sinister feeling from before. Sensing a pattern. Two cloaked figures moving along the rooftops. A small squad of rogue adventurers hiding in alleyways. Mana signatures corresponding to the followers of Marok. Leon tapped the ground, opening a warp portal in a nearby courtyard. Then, with a blink, he teleported behind the rogue squad. "You didn't expect me to be here, did you?" he murmured, smirking. The rogues whirled, weapons drawn, but before they could react, Leon teleported again, casting a chain of spells, meteor storms raining down from above while portals opened to disorient their movements. Rinna followed through the portals, firing arrows that struck with deadly precision. By the time the rogues realized what was happening, Leon was already on a rooftop, observing the battlefield, the spell patterns of every enemy clear to him. "This is just the beginning," he whispered. "Satan Marok's followers. I'll find you all." The courtyard of the Adventurers Guild was alive with anticipation. Flags fluttered in the wind, and a crowd of adventurers from multiple guilds had gathered to witness a rare event, a mock battle designed to test Leon's growing power. Leon stretched his arms, the sunlight glinting off his staff, and glanced at Rinna. "This is going to be interesting. I hope they're ready. I don't go easy." Rinna raised an eyebrow. "You're going to scare them half to death." A booming voice announced the challenger. "From the Silver Phoenix Guild, we bring forth our champion, a Lord Knight, Sir Valdric, riding his trusty Pico Pico." The crowd erupted in cheers. Leon smirked, noting the impressive mount, a giant, feathery bird with armor plating and a beak sharp enough to cleave through iron. Sir Valdric waved pompously from atop the Pico Pico, gleaming sword in hand. "You sure about this?" Rinna whispered. "That mount alone is terrifying." Leon grinned. "Then it's a good thing I have teleportation." The battle begins. The horn sounded, and the Lord Knight charged. The Pico Pico's claws dug into the courtyard stone as it lunged toward Leon at breakneck speed. Leon teleported instantly to the side, dodging the initial strike. He raised his staff, casting Meteor Storm while Arcane Fusion activated, allowing him to simultaneously buff himself and unleash a chain of fire, lightning, and ice attacks. Sir Valdric was momentarily staggered, the Pico Pico screeching in alarm as flaming meteors rained around him. But the Lord Knight was seasoned. He adapted quickly, swinging his sword with deadly precision while the Pico Pico lunged, beak snapping. Leon opened a warp portal behind him, then teleported through it, reappearing above the knight. A precise chain lightning struck the mount, causing it to rear back. The crowd gasped. "Not bad," Leon murmured, landing gracefully. "But let's see how you handle this." Strategic mastery in comedy. Leon used his teleportation to circle the knight, attacking from unpredictable angles. Each time Sir Valdric lunged, Leon vanished and reappeared elsewhere, using High Priest buffs to maintain peak agility and Arcane Fusion to attack with devastating spell combos. At one point, Leon teleported above the Pico Pico and whispered, "Careful, you might trip over your own wings." Rinna stifled a laugh from the sidelines. Even the crowd chuckled at Leon's commentary, but the Lord Knight didn't. He growled, tightening his grip on the sword. The knight attempted a wide swing, but Leon teleported directly behind him, placing a warp portal on the ground, then teleporting halfway across the courtyard. The knight's momentum carried him past the portal, disorienting him. The Pico Pico squawked angrily, spinning in circles as Leon unleashed a flurry of elemental spells. The turning point. Sir Valdric, realizing brute force wasn't enough, dismounted his Pico Pico and engaged Leon directly. The two clashed, Leon's staff against the knight's sword, sparks flying from each impact. Clang. Whir. Zap. Leon grinned. "You've got spirit, but not enough pattern recognition." He closed his eyes briefly, recalling his memory from Earth, the strategies he had studied in Talon Tales. In a flash, he predicted every swing and lunge, dodging effortlessly while landing critical spell strikes. Finally, Leon teleported behind Sir Valdric, placing a warp portal under the Pico's feet, which made the mount instantly appear across the courtyard, knocking over a few practice dummies in the process. The crowd roared with laughter and awe. Leon landed gracefully, staff raised. And that is how you turn a mount against its rider. Victory and respect. Sir Valdric, breathing heavily but smiling, extended a hand. Impressive. Leon. I've never faced someone who could move like that. Even our guild's finest would struggle against you. Leon accepted the handshake, grinning. Thanks. And don't worry, I only go this fast in mock battles. Rinna rolled her eyes playfully. Sure, you're just humble, aren't you? The crowd erupted in cheers, not just for Leon's victory, but for his strategic brilliance, mobility mastery, and spectacular spell display. Whispers spread quickly among the guilds. Leon is no ordinary adventurer. He's on a level we've never seen. Aftermath and foreshadowing. As Leon walked away from the courtyard, the guilds still buzzing, he noticed subtle glances from unknown figures in the crowd, agents of Marok's followers, observing his skill, taking notes, plotting their next move. Leon's smile faded slightly. Enjoy the mock battles, he murmured to himself. Because real challenges are coming. Rinna nudged him. You worry too much. Celebrate your win. Leon laughed softly. I'll celebrate, but always with one eye on the shadows. And high above the city, the first whispers of Satan Marok's true plans began to stir. A greater threat than any mock battle was preparing to strike, and Leon's mastery over teleportation and warp portals would be tested like never before. The dungeon air was thick with darkness and the stench of decay. Torches flickered along the stone walls, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. Leon stepped carefully, staff in hand, Rinna following close behind. This place, it's too quiet, Rinna murmured. Feels like a trap. Leon smirked, his senses alert. It is a trap. Marok's followers are here, watching, waiting, probably hoping I'll fall into one of their petty ambushes. He tapped his boots, a familiar, comforting weight under his feet. The Sleipnir boots. Sleipnir boots special equipment. Effect, greatly increases movement speed, agility, and allows teleportation synergy for extended range. Perfect for dodging multiple attacks simultaneously. Acquisition, found in the ruins of Paon Dungeon 3, after defeating the elite mini-boss Shadow Charger. A rare gift hidden inside the dungeon's treasure chamber, the boots were enchanted by the spirits of ancient warriors. Leon smiled faintly at the memory. He remembered the boots glowing when he first slipped them on, the sudden rush of speed that made him feel like he could outrun even his own shadow. These, he said softly, tapping the boots again, are going to make this fun. The ambush begins. A sudden rumble echoed through the dungeon. Shadows flickered, then solidified into dozens of cloaked figures, the followers of Marok. You've grown bold, Leon, one hissed, stepping forward. But boldness will be your undoing. Leon's eyes glinted. Bold? No. I'm precise. Calculated. And you're about to see what precision looks like. In an instant, he activated arcane fusion, teleporting behind the first line of attackers, blasting them with a triple-element meteor storm. The sheer force sent the front ranks flying, screaming. Rinna watched, wide-eyed. He's everywhere at once. Leon's movements became a blur. The Sleipnir boots amplified his agility. With every teleport, he seemed to dash across the dungeon like lightning, leaving after images behind. He cast high priest buffs mid-combat, regenerating his health and strengthening Rinna's defenses, all while unleashing deadly spell combos. Teleport, meteor, lightning, warp, teleport again. The followers tried to coordinate, but Leon was too fast, too unpredictable. Every attack was dodged before it landed, every spell countered with overwhelming precision. Toying with the enemy. Leon paused, allowing a group of followers to close in, then smiled. Come on. Faster. Try to catch me. He teleported in a wide circle, weaving through walls, pillars, and ceilings. With a flick of his staff, he opened a warp portal under the enemy leader, dropping him into a pit trap that hadn't even been visible before. They didn't even see it coming, Rinna muttered. Leon laughed softly, eyes glinting with thrill. That's the fun part. He then sprinted down a hallway using the Sleipnir boot's speed boost, moving so fast the followers could only see a blur. Teleport and Sleipnir speed allowed him to strike multiple targets before they could react. Meteor storm. Whoosh, a dozen cloaked figures tossed aside like rag dolls. Chain lightning. Zap. Their remaining numbers convulsed, scrambling desperately. Finally, Leon stood atop a raised platform, surveying the scene. The followers who weren't knocked out were disoriented, exhausted, and terrified. He clapped his hands mockingly. Bravo. Truly, your attempt at ambushing me was adorable. The dungeon echoed with the sound of stunned silence. Rinna couldn't help but giggle. You literally wiped them like toys. Leon smirked. Exactly. And remember, speed and awareness aren't just for running, they're for making every move count. Aftermath and reflection. Once the last follower fled, Leon activated a warp portal back to the dungeon entrance, teleporting Rinna and himself to safety. Speed isn't everything, Rinna said, brushing dust off her armor. But with the boots, your teleportation, and that arcane fusion, you're unstoppable. Leon glanced down at the Sleipnir boots, the leather gleaming faintly. They're not just boots. They're the difference between life and death in a place like this. Between victory and being toyed with. He clenched his fists, determination blazing. Marok's followers, you've seen what I can do. And I'm only getting started. Next time, there won't be mock battles, no traps, just total domination. Rinna shook her head, smiling. And yet somehow, I think they'll keep coming. Leon grinned, eyes glowing faintly in the torchlight. Then let them. Because with these, he tapped his Sleipnir boots, and everything else I've learned, no shadow, no dungeon, no follower, will ever stand in my way. The final chamber of the dungeon was drenched in darkness, the air thick with malevolent energy. Leon stepped forward, staff glowing faintly as Rinna followed cautiously behind him. This is it, Leon murmured. The core of Marok's influence in this dungeon. If his followers are here, the loot will be worth it. He could sense the presence of multiple high-ranking followers. Each radiated dark magic, their weapons and armor imbued with sinister enchantments. Leon's Sleipnir boots adjusted under his feet instinctively, increasing his pace as he assessed the battlefield. Skill synergy, Sleipnir boots plus teleportation plus arcane fusion equals near-perfect mobility in offense. The ambush. The followers struck simultaneously, a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm him. A shadow assassin, a dark priest, an accursed berserker rushed forward. Leon's reaction was instantaneous. Teleport, warp portal, arcane fusion, a combination of speed, damage, and buffs. Within moments, the first wave was neutralized, each enemy dropping gear glinting with dark power. Rinna gasped. That equipment, it's not just loot, it's dangerous. Leon knelt to inspect the first item, a dark flame rod, dropped by the dark priest. Dark flame rod. Effect, adds dark elemental damage to all spells. Special, absorbs 5% of mana from enemies per hit. Synergy, increases arcane fusion output significantly. Next, the cursed berserker fell, leaving behind a hell-forged armor. Hell-forged armor. Effect, massive defense against physical and dark attacks. Special, reduces stun and knockback by 30%. Lore, forged in the shadow of Marok, cursed but usable by the strong-willed. Leon equipped the armor over his adventurer's robe, feeling the weight balanced perfectly with the Sleipnir boots, enhancing his mobility without sacrificing protection. The Shadow Assassin's gear. The Shadow Assassin lunged one last time but was teleported away mid-strike, disoriented. Leon's staff struck, ending the fight. The assassin dropped the most intriguing item yet. Night Veil Dagger. Effect: grants a 15% chance to instantly increase movement speed after a successful attack. Special skill: Shadow Step allows instant dash to a nearby enemy within 15 meters. Synergy: perfect for combining with teleportation and Sleipnir boots. Leon smiled faintly, picking up the dagger. This is going to be very interesting. He strapped it to his belt, already imagining the combos: teleport, shadow step, meteor, storm, warp, portal, escape. Rinna raised an eyebrow. You're getting more gear than they have spells. Leon laughed. Gear is power. And power is preparation for the real Marok. Highlighting the full gear set. By the end of the battle, Leon's new equipment was fully assembled. Sleipnir boots, max speed, agility, teleport, synergy. Dark Flame Rod, amplified magic attacks, mana absorption. Hell-forged armor, high defense, anti-stun, reduces knockback. Night Veil Dagger, instant dash, perfect for chaining combos. Full gear effect: with this set, Leon could move faster than enemy perception. Chain teleportation, warp portals, and shadow step for total battlefield control. Combine elemental spells with physical strikes. Survive attacks that would fell ordinary adventurers. Rinna looked at him, awe in her eyes. You're not just unstoppable, you're practically a living weapon. Leon adjusted the boots, the armor snug, the rod humming faintly with dark energy. Exactly. And the best part? Every follower I defeat just makes me stronger. Foreshadowing the next threat. As Leon and Rinna exited the dungeon, he glanced at the fallen enemies' insignias, symbols of Marok's followers. Marok's army is bigger than I imagined, he said. And now they know my power. They'll be coming in full force. Rinna sighed. At least you've got the gear to handle it. Leon smiled, feeling the surge of energy from every item. Sleipnir boots, Dark Flame Rod, Hell-forged armor, Night Veil Dagger, each piece perfectly complemented his unique hybrid skills. Let them come. This time, they won't even get close enough to strike. Far away, in the shadows of Marok's domain, whispers of a powerful adventurer, wielding Marok's own fallen weapons, moving faster than any could follow, reached the ears of the Dark Lord's lieutenants. The game was escalating and Leon was not just a player anymore, he was the hunter. Leon character status sheet. Name: Leon. Level: 125 plus, growing rapidly due to cheat skills in battles. Race: human, transmigrator from Earth. Class/job: unique hybrid, high wizard/stalker/high priest. Title: Hunter of Shadows. Attributes: base and equipment and buffs. Attribute value notes. Strength: STR 110, boosted by Hell-forged armor and arcane fusion synergy. Agility: AGI 250, Sleipnir boots and stalker base skill. Vitality: VIT 180, Hell-forged armor and high priest buffs. Intelligence: INT 220, high wizard base and arcane fusion and dark flame rod. Dexterity: Dex 200, arcane fusion, casting speed and Sleipnir boots. Luck: 100, critical strike chance and loot bonuses. Movement speed: extremely fast, base AGI and Sleipnir boots synergy. Casting speed: instant cast, high wizard skill and arcane fusion. Attack speed: extremely fast, stalker agility and shadow step synergy. Skills: high wizard skills. Meteor storm: enhanced instant cast, multi-elemental, fire, ice, lightning. Lord of the Elements: buffs all elemental damage, synergizes with Dark Flame Rod. Ice Wall / Quagmire, battlefield control, traps enemies efficiently. Teleportation, instant relocation, works with Sleipnir boots for unmatched mobility. Stalker skills. Chase Walk, high mobility, allows stealthy approach and perfect positioning. Shadow Step, via Night Veil Dagger dash instantly to a nearby enemy. Critical Strike, increased by agility and luck. Trap Detection, can sense dungeon traps before activation. High Priest skills. Buffing Aura, Self and Party Buff, AGI, VIT, Int, Dex. Heal and Rigon, self-sustaining in prolonged fights. Status Cure, minor, but synergistic with escape maneuvers. Unique / cheat skills. Arcane Fusion, combine multiple magic elements simultaneously. Warp Portal, create instant teleportation points for strategic positioning or escape. Pattern Recognition, remembers enemy attack patterns for bosses and mobs. Hybrid Combat Mastery, can use all equipped skills in rapid combination. Equipment. Item Effect Notes. Sleipnir boots greatly increases movement speed and agility, synergizes with teleportation acquired in Paeon Dungeon 3 from Shadow Charger mini-boss. Dark Flame Rod adds dark elemental damage, absorbs 5% mana from enemies per hit dropped by Dark Priest follower of Marok. Hell-Forged Armor massive physical / dark defense, reduces stun / knockback by 30% dropped by Cursed Berserker follower of Marok. Night Veil Dagger grants Shadow Step dash, increases movement speed after attacks dropped by Shadow Assassin follower of Marok. Staff of Arcane Fusion enhances elemental spell combinations main weapon since early dungeons. Accessory, Ring of Memory boosts pattern recognition and cheat skill efficiency allows him to recall game patterns from Earth. Combat Performance. Single target DPS, extremely high, teleport and instant cast and shadow step combos. AoE DPS, massive, Meteor Storm and Arcane Fusion and Warp Portal positioning. Defense, high, Hell-Forged Armor and self-buffs and high AGI for dodge. Mobility, maximum, Sleipnir boots and teleport and shadow step. Strategy / boss handling, expert, pattern recognition and cheat skill insight. Summary. Leon is now a walking overpowered hybrid character, capable of dodging virtually all attacks through teleportation, Sleipnir boots, and agility. Controlling the battlefield with high wizard spells, warp portals, and traps. Buffing himself to near max efficiency in long fights with high priest skills. Wiping out mobs and bosses with cheat level insight and pattern recognition. Using all his skills and equipment in fluid combinations, creating unstoppable offense while remaining highly mobile. In short, Leon is a hybrid of wizard, rogue, and priest, augmented with equipment from Marok's followers, and a full-blown overpowered dungeon-clearing machine. Leon stood atop a ridge overlooking the darkened dungeon valley. The winds whipped around him, carrying the faint stench of sulfur and the distant howls of monsters. His hand instinctively brushed the Sleipnir boots, grounding him in the present, but something inside him stirred a memory, distant but vivid. Wait, this. I've seen this before, he murmured, eyes narrowing. The world seemed to shimmer for a moment, the shadows stretching unnaturally, and suddenly his mind flickered back to Earth, a memory buried under years of dungeon battles and relentless training. Flashback, Earth. He was back in his old room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, a worn keyboard in front of him, the glow of a monitor illuminating his determined face. The sounds of Talontail's Ragnarok filled the room. He had been addicted, studying every skill, every boss pattern, every dungeon layout. If only I could really be there, if only I could use all these skills. He remembered the countless nights staying awake, memorizing attack patterns, experimenting with character builds, dreaming of being the ultimate hybrid character, high wizard for power, stalker for mobility, high priest for utility. The realization hit him now, standing in the real Talontail's world. I didn't just play this game. I was preparing for this life. Every boss pattern, every dungeon mechanic, every tiny exploit he had discovered in the game before, now applied perfectly in this world. The memory wasn't just nostalgia, it was a tactical advantage. Returning to reality, Leon shook his head, clearing the lingering images of his old room. His fingers clenched the dark flame rod, his eyes scanning the horizon. All this time, everything I've done, every cheat I've experimented with, it's why I'm here, why I survived. The pattern of the bosses, the tricks of the dungeon. I remember it all. He closed his eyes, letting his pattern recognition skill activate fully. Names and images of monsters flashed in his mind. Golden Thief Bug, Cat O' Tails, Slime King. He recalled their attack sequences perfectly. Not just the bosses, but even the mobs he had skipped over in fear, they were all familiar now. So that's why I always knew where the traps were, why every teleport, every warp portal, every spell combo feels natural. Rina, noticing his distant gaze, asked, "Leon? Are you okay?" He opened his eyes, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Better than okay. I remember everything now. Every move, every strategy, every weakness. The game wasn't just a game, it was a manual. And now, I'm the player and the character. Newfound advantage." The memory came with another revelation. He could combine his cheat knowledge from Earth with the skills he's gained in this world. The Sleipnir boots were not just for speed, they could be synced with teleportation and shadow step to dodge the most complex boss mechanics. The dark flame rod and arcane fusion could unleash combos he had only dreamt about back on Earth. Warp portals could now be used strategically to manipulate enemy AI he remembered from the game, like luring mobs into traps or cutting off escape paths for bosses. He laughed softly, a sound both confident and slightly eerie. "So that's why I survived the Golden Thief Bug, why the Slime King couldn't touch me, why every dungeon seems predictable. I'm not just strong. I'm omniscient in this world." Rina tilted her head, half amused, half in awe. "You're terrifying sometimes." Leon smirked, his eyes glinting with a dangerous brilliance. "Terrifying? Maybe. But efficient. And that's exactly what I need to be. Marok's followers, the Dark Guilds, they don't stand a chance. I already know how they fight. I've seen it before. I've mastered it in another life." Foreshadowing the next move. With his memories fully restored, Leon felt a surge of energy. Every skill, every tactic, every hybrid ability he had honed was now amplified by knowledge from Earth. The battlefield wasn't just physical anymore, it was mental, strategic, and completely under his control. He looked at Rina, who stood ready at his side. "It's time. We finish this. Not just for us, but for everyone Marok's shadows threaten. And this time, I know exactly how." As the wind howled and shadows twisted around them, Leon's mind was already 3 steps ahead, recalling Earth's strategies, the game's mechanics, and the weaknesses of every boss he would face next. The line between the player and the hero had vanished. Leon wasn't just living in Talentales, he was the ultimate version of himself, forged in 2 worlds. The sun shone over Terra, the bustling capital of Talentales Ragnarok. Merchants shouted over each other, adventurers ran about, and the scent of roasted meat filled the air. But Leon? He was sprawled lazily on a bench near the central fountain, his Sleipnir boots kicked off, staff resting across his lap, and a bored expression on his face. Rina approached, slightly exasperated. "Leon, we should be preparing for the next dungeon. Marok's followers aren't going to wait." Leon yawned dramatically, stretching. "Relax, Rina. I already know how that fight will go. Why rush when the NPCs are more fun to talk to?" Rina blinked. "Talk to NPCs?" "Exactly," Leon replied with a grin. He pointed lazily toward the Terra market. "See that merchant over there? The one named Gimbal? I want to know his entire life story. And then maybe, just maybe, I'll buy a potion. Conversations with the NPCs. Leon strolled over to Gimbal, the potion merchant, who immediately straightened nervously. Welcome, Leon. Gimbal stammered. I have potions for sale, healing, mana, antidotes. Leon waved a hand dismissively. Stop trying to sell me things. Tell me, Gimbal, what's the most ridiculous thing a hero has done in this town? Gimbal blinked. Ridiculous? There was that one knight who rode a pico and accidentally hit the fountain. The entire town flooded with water for a day. Leon chuckled. I should have been there. He leaned against the counter lazily. And, how about gossip? Who's scheming? Who's hiding secrets? Gimbal swallowed nervously. Well, some say a follower of Marok has been spotted near the dungeon entrances. Leon grinned, barely interested. Oh really? Sounds like something to deal with later. Next, he wandered to Myra, the blacksmith, who polished her weapons meticulously. Myra, Leon said, slumping onto a chair, do weapons get bored sitting in your shop? Myra blinked. Bored? They're inanimate. Leon smirked. Not if they have potential. I've awakened worse than sentient swords in dungeons. Tell me, which weapon here would be the most fun to swing around casually? Myra hesitated. Well, there's the Spear of the Tempest, but it's cursed, and the Blazing Axe, but it burns anything it touches. Leon's eyes gleamed. Perfect. I'll come back later and see if I can convince it to fight for me. Maybe over your tea. Rina groaned. Leon, you're being ridiculous. Lazy adventures in town. By noon, Leon had visited 3 different NPCs, learned about the strange habits of Prontera's residents, and even discovered that the golden thief bug had been sighted in a nearby forest. He leaned back against the fountain, tossing a coin to a street performer. Rina finally asked, exasperated, aren't you going to train or do something useful? Leon yawned again. Why train when I know all the patterns? Why fight when I can casually stroll through the town and extract information, buy useless trinkets, and talk about mundane nonsense? A small crowd of adventurers had gathered around, curious about the lazy hero who's stronger than anyone. Leon noticed them and waved lazily. Yes, I could kill any dungeon boss in seconds, but have you heard about Gimbal's failed potion experiment? It's hilarious. The adventurers laughed nervously, unsure whether to take him seriously. NPC gossip and future hints. Despite his laziness, Leon's casual conversation with NPCs revealed some important things. Follower of Marok sightings in the nearby dungeons. Rumors of new equipment appearing in remote shops. A special event in the Archer village, which might be useful for Rina's leveling. Leon rubbed his chin. So much to do, or maybe not. I could just talk to every NPC in Talon Tales and let them entertain me while the world solves itself. Rina shook her head, smiling despite herself. You're impossible. Leon grinned. And that, dear Rina, is why I'm the hero everyone talks about, even when I'm lazy. He stretched one last time, dusted off his robes, and glanced toward the horizon. Adventure would come to him eventually. For now, he was content being overpowered and idle, chatting with NPCs and soaking in the absurdity of the world he now truly remembered. Leon sat by the flickering fire in the guild's common room, his new gear laid out before him. The soft glow of torchlight danced across his Sleipnir boots, Night Veil dagger, and the newly slotted dark flame rod. Even so, his mind wandered back to his old world, back to the nights when he first planned to craft that item he'd seen once in the game he played on Earth. I remember the moment I decided, if ever I had the chance in this world, I'd craft Lord Keho's horn. On Earth, he'd read every forum post, every whispered legend about the horn. He recalled the stats exactly. Item: Lord Keho's horn, Upper headgear. Def. 5. Weight. 10. STR plus 5. Int plus 5. VIT plus 10. AGI plus 10. Luck plus 20. MDEF plus 10. Leon's lips curved into a faint smile. In that world, it had been one of the most coveted items, almost mythical. And now, standing in this world of Talontail's Ragnarok, he had it, or at least had the memory of it, which gave him the blueprint. He could feel the potential. He closed his eyes and visualized the crafting process again, the rare materials, the Zenith, the lore-heavy NPC dialogue. On Earth he had planned every step. Here, he had let his memory, his cheat knowledge of the game, guide the real thing. STR plus 5, Int plus 5. VIT and AGI by 10 each. Luck plus 20. MDEF plus 10. He felt the weight of possibility in his inventory. He imagined how equipping that horn would stack with his existing gear and hybrid skill set, combining high wizard magic, stalker agility, high priest buffs, teleportation mastery, warp portals, and the Sleipnir boots speed. The horn's stat boosts for AGI and luck in particular caught his eye. More agility meant faster teleportation, faster movement. More luck meant higher critical chance. A small item, but its synergy with him would be immense. Rina, noticing his quiet focus, asked, "What are you thinking about now?" Leon opened his eyes and stood slowly, picking up the horn, or the blueprint of it, in his mind. Just remembering where I started. How far I've come. And what I can still become. He tucked the memory into his heart, knowing that when the time came, he would craft the horn or the equivalent in this world and wield not just the stats, but the symbolism of forging something legendary. The afternoon sun bathed Terra in gold as Leon leaned against the fountain again, Sleipnir boots kicked off, staff resting lazily across his lap. Rina rolled her eyes beside him. "Leon. I swear, one day your laziness will get you in trouble," she muttered. Leon yawned. "Relax. Trouble? I am trouble, for anyone who thinks they can outwit me." He scanned the marketplace lazily, noticing something unusual. Several NPCs were walking toward him, each giving him an exaggerated smile. "Oh no," Rina whispered, tugging at his sleeve. "This is going to be awkward." First encounter, the potion seller's charm. Gimble's cousin, Lyria, a potion seller known for her beauty and flirtatious nature, approached with a sway in her hips. "Leon, hero of Terra," she purred, leaning closer. "Perhaps I could craft a special potion for you, personally." Leon blinked slowly, then yawned. "I see. A special potion. Will it make me faster? Stronger? More handsome?" Lyria giggled, twirling a lock of her hair. "Maybe, all three." Leon smirked lazily. "Cute. But I already have the Sleipnir boots, Dark Flame Rod, and Lord Keho's horn in my inventory. I think I'll survive without your personal touch." Rina snorted behind him. "Smooth, as always." Second encounter, the blacksmith's bold apprentice. Next, Myra's apprentice, Selene, sidled up with a hammer resting on her shoulder, deliberately brushing past Leon. "Hero," she said, voice low and teasing, "perhaps I could test your strength in wielding my new weapons. I promise it's hands-on training." Leon's eyes widened in mock horror. "Hands-on, you say? Dangerous. I might accidentally obliterate the weapon in a single swing." Selene laughed, leaning closer. "Or maybe you'd just like to keep me close while you test it." Leon tilted his head, smiling lazily. "Or I could just watch and let you entertain yourself. My schedule is full of napping and talking to NPCs, remember." Rina face-palmed. "You're impossible." Third encounter, the rogue archer. From the archer village came Phelan, a rogue-looking NPC with a mischievous grin, striding toward him with exaggerated confidence. "Leon," she said, twirling her bow, "how about I show you the true meaning of precision and agility? Perhaps you'd like to see a real demonstration." Leon lifted an eyebrow. "Agility? My boots make me faster than your fastest arrow. Precision? I can teleport through walls. Demonstration? Unnecessary." Phelan leaned in, lowering her voice. "Maybe afterwards you'll want some personal guidance." Leon chuckled, lazily spinning his staff in his fingers. "Personal guidance, you say? That might interfere with my important work of doing absolutely nothing. But thank you. Truly." Leon's lazy defense. By now, a small crowd had gathered, watching as Leon dodged flirtation after flirtation with barely a hint of effort. His overpowered aura seemed to casually push the charm of the NPCs into harmless comedy rather than danger. Rinna muttered, "How are you so calm?" Leon leaned back, closing his eyes. "Power, Rinna. Knowledge of all boss patterns, overpowered hybrid skills, and the fact that I can literally wipe any dungeon in seconds. Plus, I'm lazy. Combine those, and nothing, not even seductive NPCs, can bother me." The NPCs, despite their attempts, ended up either laughing, blushing, or stepping away awkwardly, all while Leon lazily watched from the fountain. Foreshadowing mischief. Even as the NPCs departed, Leon's mind was already elsewhere, recalling Marok's followers plotting in the shadows. While the world tried to seduce him, distract him, or challenge him, he knew real threats required his attention later. For now, though, a lazy afternoon, NPC gossip, and subtle comedic flirtation was enough to keep him entertained. He leaned back, letting the sun warm him. "Maybe one day I'll let someone actually challenge me, but today isn't that day. Today, I'm the lazy hero who NPCs flirt with and fail." Rinna groaned, but even she had to laugh. Leon was impossible and perfectly overpowered. The night in Talentale's Ragnarok was unusually quiet. The streets of Prontera lay under a silver sheen of moonlight, but Leon's mind was already far from the city. He had heard rumors, no confirmations, of a Marok cult operating in the outskirts, gathering followers, and preparing for some dark scheme. Rinna had begged to go with him. He had refused. "This is not a job for a party. I work best alone." And so he slipped into the shadows, Sleipnir boots barely whispering against the cobblestones, staff in hand, eyes sharp in the moonlight. He didn't need a map. His memory from Earth, his cheat knowledge of the game, gave him every corridor, every hidden passage, every weak point. Lurking in the shadows, the cultists were chanting in a ruined manner at the edge of the forest. Torches flickered, casting grotesque shadows on walls stained with old symbols of Marok. Leon crouched above on the roof, invisible, silent, like a predator. They think the shadows are their friends. But they don't know, the shadows are me. With a casual flick of his wrist, he activated Shadow Walk, a hybrid skill from his stalker side, blending agility and stealth. His presence evaporated from the perception of any mortal creature. Below, the cultists argued about the next ritual. "We'll summon the Dark Lord next week," one shouted. "Don't forget to sacrifice the new recruits," another laughed. Leon yawned, leaning lazily against the shingles. "They don't even realize I'm here." Striking with overpowered precision. First, a cultist vanished into a puff of smoke, teleported by Leon's instant high wizard magic, leaving only a faint scorch mark where he had stood. Then, another fell, frozen by High Priest Silence magic, buffed by Leon's own enhancements that amplified lethality without alerting others. One by one, they disappeared, or felt a sudden, inexplicable pain, collapsing without understanding how it happened. Spells went off, swords swung, but Leon dodged effortlessly, teleporting between shadows, warp portal after warp portal in perfect rhythm, making it look like they were cursed by the Dark Lord himself. The cult leader's last stand. The cult leader, A robed figure known as Malvith finally noticed something. What? What is this? Who dares? Before he could finish, Leon appeared behind him, silently. No sound. No warning. Only a flash of movement too fast for the eyes. Oh, it's just me, Leon whispered, as if apologizing for the inconvenience. Malvith swung his staff. Leon dodged casually, then struck back not with brute force, but a calculated combination of magic and melee, exploiting every weakness he had memorized from game patterns. In moments, Malvith was on his knees, bewildered. You? Who are? Leon tilted his head lazily. A reminder that even shadows can kill. And with that, Malvith vanished in a controlled burst of fire. No trace of Leon, no trace of the cult, only devastation. Aftermath. By dawn, the manor was eerily quiet. The few surviving cultists had fled into the forest, telling each other wild stories of how their entire group had been wiped out by some invisible, unstoppable force. No one knew it had been Leon, the overpowered hero of Terra, working alone. He returned to the city before anyone could notice his absence, Sleipnir boots kicking up no dust, blending once more into the bustling life of Terra as if he had never left. Rinna spotted him leaning lazily by the fountain again, staff across his lap, a faint smirk on his lips. You're back. Alone? She asked. Of course. Some jobs require subtlety, others, absolute laziness, Leon said, stretching. The city remained unaware of the end of the Marok cult, and Leon remained a shadow lurking in plain sight, overpowered, untouchable, and always 2 steps ahead. The sun shone brightly over Terra, but Leon didn't feel like moving much. He had already single-handedly wiped out Marok's cult, collected all the super quest items, and terrorized enemies like the Ghost of Legends. Today, however, was different. Time to teach, or at least look like I'm teaching, he muttered, stretching by the fountain. Rinna, a few guild members, and other adventurers gathered, looking nervous but excited. They had heard rumors of Leon's exploits: the shadowy killer, the wielder of Sherwood Bow and Staff of Magi, the master of Nibelgen, Artemis, and more, and now he had agreed to share some of his Earth game knowledge. Teaching skills. All right, Leon began, slouching lazily against a fountain edge, Sleipnir boots crossed casually. First lesson, know your skills. Not just the ones the game gives you. Every spell, every buff, every dodge can be chained in ways most people don't even imagine. Take a look at my sheet. He pulled up his memory interface, something only he could see, courtesy of his Earth game cheat memory, and showed. High Wizard instant cast spells, perfect for clearing mobs in seconds. Stalker Shadow Walk, Chase Walk, sneak attacks with high agility. High Priest buffs, heals, and stat enhancements to keep both himself and allies overpowered. Lord Keho's Horn, the ultimate stat amplifier for hybrid builds. He demonstrated with a flick of his staff. A mob that had been training nearby melted instantly under his combined magic and melee, leaving only a harmless puff of smoke. See? Timing, positioning, and knowing your enemy's attack pattern matter more than brute strength, he said lazily. Also, don't forget buffs. Even small boosts can double your output if stacked properly. The guild members nodded furiously, some taking frantic notes, others just staring in awe. Crafting legendary equipment. Next, Leon turned to crafting, a skill he remembered perfectly from Earth. He pulled out scraps of rare materials he had gathered from dungeons, monsters, and quests. Monster cores, from Golden Thief Bug, Cat O9 Tail, and Slime King. Magic essences, dropped by boss-level mobs. Legendary components, remnants of quests like Sherwood Bow and Artemis. Equipment isn't just about raw stats, he said, dragging his finger over the schematics he remembered. It's about synergy. See this? He held up a partially finished bow. If you combine this core with this essence and enchant with elemental magic, Boom. Sherwood bow level speed and accuracy. Not that I need it anymore. He casually tossed the completed weapon to an apprentice who gasped, almost dropping it. And don't forget enchantments. A minor boost in int, AGI, or STR can make all the difference, Leon added, yawning. Next, he moved on to staffs. Staff of Magi replication? Simple. Just remember the elemental cycle. Fire, ice, lightning. Chain them for instant combo effects. Oh, and don't forget a slight teleportation delay to maximize damage spread. The apprentices scribbled notes like mad, their minds barely able to process how much knowledge Leon held. A lesson in lazy overpowered tactics. Now, Leon said, leaning back, the secret, you don't always need to be in the front lines. Observe patterns, strike when they least expect it, and never waste your energy on useless fights. He casually summoned a warp portal, dragging a dummy mob into the portal from 10 meters away. Efficiency, people. That's the difference between a pro and an amateur. Rina whispered, Leon, are you teaching them, or just showing off? He shrugged. A bit of both. Remember, laziness is a skill too. Practical exercise. Leon set up a small dungeon simulation. Apprentices were tasked with clearing waves of mobs using the skills he taught. Every so often, he appeared, teleporting behind a mob, finishing it with a magical combo, then vanishing again. See what I mean? He said, lounging against a wall. Positioning, buffs, and knowing what hits hardest, that's all you need. By the end of the day, the guild members had not only learned how to chain skills and craft overpowered equipment but also gained a sense of awe for Leon's chaotic, lazy genius. Closing the lesson. Leon yawned as the sun dipped below Prontera's skyline. Remember, he said, stretching, it's not about brute force. It's about understanding the game, the monsters, and yourself. Oh, and sometimes, using everything you've ever remembered from Earth helps. Rina rolled her eyes, but a small smile crept across her face. Leon, the lazy, overpowered hero, had taught the next generation, though not without his signature blend of humor, chaos, and terrifying skill. The apprentices left the fountain, excited and terrified, carrying the secrets of legendary crafting and ultimate skill combinations, ready to spread Leon's legacy. Prontera's streets buzzed with life, but inside the guild hall, something extraordinary was underway. Leon lounged lazily against a table, Sleipnir boots glinting, surveying the gathered adventurers and city guards. Today, he wasn't just showing off, he was arming the defenders of the city with true legendary gear, each item crafted from the knowledge he remembered from Earth. All right, he yawned, time to make sure no boss, cultist, or dungeon slime kills anyone ever again. Consider it city maintenance. Crafting legendary equipment. Inside the hall, Leon had set up a workshop overflowing with rare materials. Monster cores from Golden Thief Bug, Cat O9 Tail, Slime King, and more. Magical essences harvested from bosses and super quests. Earth memory schematics of legendary items, Artemis, Sherwood Bow, Staff of Magi, Lord Keho's Horn. Leon's fingers moved lazily but expertly, crafting each weapon with precision and lethal elegance. Sherwood Bow and Artemis given to the archers, providing unmatched agility, accuracy, and elemental power. Staff of Magi for mages, granting instant cast spells, chain elemental combos, and devastating AoE attacks. Evangelist staff crafted specially for the high priests, the staff amplified heals, buffs, and protective spells, allowing priests to support entire battle parties effortlessly. Priests don't just stand there and buff. With this, you can make the whole battlefield your playground, Leon said, tossing the glowing staff to a high priest apprentice. Nibelgen reforged as a legendary spear for the Lord Knights, granting immense reach, piercing power, and a synergy with mounted combat, perfect for Pico riders. You guys need something that makes charging into mobs both deadly and stylish. Here you go, Leon remarked lazily, nodding toward the armored knights who gaped at the spear. Lord Kehoe's horn distributed to support characters to maximize buffs and team synergy, particularly those standing near the front lines. Distributing the gear. Adventurers and city defenders formed a line as Leon handed out the items. Archers received Sherwood Bow and Artemis, instantly boosting their mobility and attack precision. Mages got Staff of Magi, allowing them to dominate dungeons with chain spells. High priests wielded evangelist staffs, transforming them into walking fortresses of buffs and heals. Lord Knights received Nibelgen, the legendary spear, ready to charge through enemies and break even the toughest formations. Frontline fighters and guards were given crafted weapons and armor, with Leon's enhancements making each item feel overpowered without the wielder needing extraordinary skill. Use them properly, or you'll just look silly, Leon said, lounging on the floor. Also, don't blame me if you break something. I crafted them for legends, not toddlers. Training and practical combat. After distributing the gear, Leon ran a quick master class. Skill chaining combining priest buffs, wizard elemental combos, archer rapid fire, and lord knight spear charges. Boss pattern analysis using his earth memory to teach attacks, counters, and dodge strategies against Golden Thief Bug, Slime King, Cat O9 Tail, and other monsters. Combat coordination integrating all roles, ranged, melee, magic, and support to protect the city efficiently. During the exercise, Leon demonstrated his shadow lurking, teleporting style, eliminating dummies with Sherwood Bow, Staff of Magi, and quick warp portals, showing that even in casual play, timing, positioning, and synergy were lethal. Remember, Leon said lazily, it's not just about power. It's about knowing when to strike, when to buff, and when to let me do the heavy lifting. Outcome. By sunset, Prontera's defenders were fully equipped with legendary gear, ready for any dungeon incursion or cult threat. Archers moved with unparalleled agility, mages cast spells with terrifying efficiency, priests could sustain the whole party, and lord knights on their Pecas could pierce enemy lines effortlessly with Nibelgen. Leon walked through the city, hands in pockets, observing the training. I might be lazy, but at least I did my part, he muttered. Rinna caught up, exasperated but smiling. You gave them everything, even the Nibelgen spear. Leon yawned. Of course. If I'm going to be the overpowered hero, the city should at least look like it can survive without me. The sun rose over Prontera, casting warm light on the bustling city. But for Leon, the city had become predictable. With the guild fully equipped and Rinna confidently leading the defenses, there was nothing left to do here except adventure. Leon stretched lazily atop the fountain, the Sleipnir boots glinting, and muttered. City's safe, check. Guild is strong, check. Boss patterns memorized, double check. Time for some solo fun. With a casual flick of his fingers, he opened a warp portal, and the familiar blue swirl shimmered in the air. In moments, he stepped through, leaving Prontera and its busy streets behind. Rinna can handle them, he thought lazily. If anything explodes, I'll get the victory report later. Teleportation to a new town. Leon appeared in Marok, the desert city known for its mysterious dungeons and dangerous monsters. The heat was oppressive, but he barely noticed. His Sleipnir boots allowed him to glide effortlessly across the sandy streets, dodging merchants, camels, and wandering adventurers with ease. He grinned. Ah, fresh dungeon smells. Monsters, loot, chaos, yes, this is what I needed. He paused at the city gate, scanning the nearby desert lands. The Marok Desert Dungeon was known for monsters like sand trap serpents quick and venomous, desert golems high defense, slow but deadly, mirage spirits capable of confusing intruders, and, of course, the boss lurking deeper inside, the Anubis Guardian, famed for its devastating AoE attacks and relentless pursuit. Fun. Let's see if they remembered me from Earth, Leon muttered, cracking his knuckles. Overpowered solo play. Leon casually equipped his gear. Sleipnir boots allowing him unmatched speed. Nibelungen spear, yes. He carried it for the occasional boss crush. Evangelist staff just in case buffs were needed for himself mid-fight. Sherwood bow and Artemis ranged flexibility for tricky mobs. He tested his teleportation skill, warping 10 meters forward, then diagonally to avoid a wandering sand trap serpent. Lazy? Yes. Inefficient? Never. A group of mirage spirits approached. They tried to confuse him, splitting into illusions, but Leon's earth memory of game mechanics allowed him to instantly identify the real ones, striking with instant cast magic from Staff of Magi. Teleport chain spell sneak strike with Nibelungen. Monsters fell before even realizing what happened. I could get used to this, he said lazily, dusting off his pants. The fun of solo exploration. As Leon moved deeper into the desert, he found treasure chests, rare crafting materials, and dungeon secrets that even high-level guild parties sometimes missed. Crafting materials for even more legendary items. Quest items for side adventures he could do alone. Hidden dungeons full of monsters that would usually require parties. All mine, except I might share them with Rina later, Leon mused with a lazy smirk. Even the Anubis Guardian's minions were no match. He analyzed their attack patterns, remembered their earth game mechanics, and used instant cast spells, high agility strikes, and warp portals to whittle them down with style. The desert echoed with a single message: Leon doesn't fight, he toys. Rina and Pron Terra left behind. Back in Pron Terra, Rina watched from the city walls as Leon's warp portal shimmered and disappeared. He really is ridiculous, she muttered. The guild members nodded, armed and confident, ready to defend the city against any threat, but none of them could deny the void left by Leon's absence. Don't worry, Leon's voice echoed lazily from the portal, or maybe it was just imagination. City's safe, now go have fun too. A mysterious encounter in the desert. The Morocco desert stretched endlessly under the scorching sun. Leon strolled casually through the sands, hands in his pockets, inventory practically bursting with gear, treasures, and crafting materials. He didn't need to wear everything at once. With his inventory magic, he could equip items instantly whenever needed. Why carry all this at once? He muttered. Inventory slots exist for a reason, lazy but smart. A mysterious lady appears. As he explored a winding canyon, a shadow moved across the sand. Leon squinted lazily, sensing her approach before seeing her fully. She was tall, confident, and undeniably beautiful. Her hair shimmered like the desert sun, and her eyes held the spark of danger and mischief. Well, hello there, she said, a teasing smile on her lips. Not many wander this far alone. Are you brave, or foolish? Leon raised an eyebrow, leaning casually against a rock. Depends, are you trouble, or fun? She laughed softly, the sound carrying over the desert winds. Both, she admitted. Name's Selene. I hear rumors of a lone adventurer wreaking havoc on the desert dungeon. Could that be you? Maybe, Leon said lazily. Depends on who's asking. And what kind of fun we're talking about. A team forms. Selene explained that she was an elite archer, specialized in illusions and trap setting. She had been exploring Morocco for her own reasons, seeking treasures, dungeons, and secrets buried deep beneath the sands. Sounds like you need someone to back you up, she said, a sly smile curling on her lips. Or maybe I'm just curious to see if the stories are true. Leon shrugged lazily. I don't need backup. But it's nice to have company, especially someone interesting. From that moment, the two became reluctant allies, walking side by side as they entered deeper parts of the desert. Leon could now swap weapons, staves, and armor from his inventory in an instant, letting him switch between. Nibelgen Spear for high damage melee attacks. Staff of Magi for instant cast spells. Evangelist Staff for buffs or self-healing. Artemis and Sherwood Bow for long-range precision. Inventory system. Best invention ever, Leon muttered, casually equipping his bow to take out a desert golem from a distance, then instantly switching back to spear for a minion wave. Seleni's agility and trick shots complemented Leon's chaotic, overpowered style perfectly. Exploration and banter. The duo ventured deeper into the desert, encountering sand serpents, mirage spirits, and treasure caches. As Leon toyed with the enemies, Selene watched, impressed. "You fight, strangely," she said. "Like you're not even trying, but somehow nothing survives you." "Lazy genius," Leon said, dusting sand off his hands. "Why try when you can make monsters do the running instead?" Despite the battles, there was a playful chemistry between them. Selene teased him constantly, and Leon responded with his signature lazy, cocky charm, creating a bond over shared adventure and danger. "You know," Selene said, adjusting her bow, "most adventurers would be terrified of what's ahead." "Yeah, but most adventurers aren't me," Leon said, grinning. "Also, I brought my inventory. Makes life easier." A foreshadowing danger. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a dark presence stirred in the desert dungeon. The faint echoes of a cult's remnants could be felt, plotting something far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. "Looks like fun," Leon muttered lazily. "Maybe a quick cleanup before dinner." "You in?" Selene smirked. "Lead the way, hero." "I'll keep up." With that, the duo disappeared into the canyon's shadows, Leon swapping weapons at will from his inventory, and Selene ready to set traps and illusions against whatever awaited them. The desert sky had turned a deep amber as Leon and Selene stepped carefully into the mouth of a hidden canyon. The entrance of the dungeon was almost invisible, covered in sand and shadows. "Looks cozy," Leon muttered lazily, brushing sand off his shoulders. "Cozy? You mean terrifying," Selene said, smirking. "Be honest, are you excited?" Leon shrugged, a lazy grin forming. "I'm always excited, in my own way." Deeper exploration. Inside, the dungeon was a labyrinth of shimmering sands, ancient ruins, and glowing runes. Leon's eyes gleamed as he activated his inventory system, equipping the staff of Magi to scout ahead. Mirage spirits flickered across the walls, trying to confuse them, but Leon instantly saw the real forms and obliterated them with a chain of instant cast spells. Selene moved gracefully behind him, using her illusion traps to immobilize larger monsters like sand golems, letting Leon pierce them with Nibelgen. "You're terrifying," Selene said, ducking a burst of sand magic. "Lazy and terrifying." "Compliments are noted," Leon replied, casually teleporting past a collapsing wall. Discovering ancient secrets. Deeper in the dungeon, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber covered in golden sand and sparkling crystals. The room radiated ancient magic, the kind of energy that could power the most legendary artifacts. Leon's eyes lit up. Treasure, and more importantly, schematics. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a notebook, sketching the patterns and enchantments. Selene leaned closer, her hand brushing his as she helped inspect the magical glyphs. "Looks like whoever lived here was making some crazy gear," she whispered. Leon smirked. "Crazy is my specialty. Maybe we can finish their work." Among the ruins, they found rare crafting materials for legendary weapons, hidden quest items that hinted at an even bigger threat lurking in Marok's deeper dungeon layers, magical artifacts that could amplify abilities perfect for both Leon's inventory experiments and Selene's archery. "You know," Selene said, teasingly nudging him, "we make a good team." "Of course we do," Leon replied, a rare warmth in his lazy tone. "You handle the tricky stuff. I handle the fun destruction part." Close moments. As they rested in the chamber, sharing water and supplies, the duo's camaraderie deepened. Selene noticed Leon's playful laziness mixed with sharp intelligence, and Leon found himself actually enjoying someone keeping up with him. Their hands brushed when passing items, creating small sparks of tension. Leon allowed Selene to inspect his inventory setup, showing her how he could swap weapons instantly. They shared stories, Selene about her adventuring past and family, Leon about the games he remembered from Earth, though leaving out the full truth of his overpoweredness. "You're different from everyone else," Selene said softly. "I get that a lot," Leon replied with a smirk, lazily stretching on the floor. "But you keep it interesting." Foreshadowing danger. As the two adventurers explored, they noticed strange markings in the sand, a symbol Leon recognized from his memories, followers of a dark cult, possibly connected to remnants of the Ragnarok faction. "Looks like trouble," Leon muttered, standing and equipping Nibelungen. Selene readied her bow. "We can handle it, right?" Leon smirked, lazily twirling the spear. "Of course. It'll be fun." Together, they stepped into the deeper darkness, ready for whatever dangers and treasures the dungeon held, their teamwork and growing trust giving them an edge even against unknown threats. The sun had long set behind the dunes of Marok, casting long, jagged shadows across the desert sands. Leon and Selene approached the Grand Pyramid, its entrance almost buried in golden sands, the sharp wind whispering of long-forgotten secrets. Leon squinted lazily at the massive stone structure. "Well, looks like fun," he muttered, hands in his pockets. "Ancient tombs, treasure, monsters, what could go wrong?" Selene adjusted her bow, scanning the entrance. "Everything could go wrong, Leon. This place isn't just a dungeon, it's a maze designed to kill adventurers who get too greedy." Leon yawned. "Sounds perfect. I like a challenge, as long as it doesn't make me sweat." With a flick of his fingers, he opened a warp portal, leading them safely past the cursed sand traps near the entrance. The pair stepped inside, and the temperature dropped sharply. The interior of the pyramid was a mix of dusty corridors, torches flickering with magical light, and walls covered in ancient hieroglyphs. The pyramid's monsters. Immediately, the pyramid made its presence known. Shadows shifted along the walls, and strange hissing sounds echoed through the halls. Leon smirked lazily, flipping through his inventory to equip the Staff of Magi, ready for instant cast spells. Mummy pharaohs, undead warriors wrapped in enchanted bandages. Their curses could slow even the fastest adventurers. Leon teleported effortlessly around their attacks, zapping them with high-level magic before they could react. Sand elementals, massive creatures made of compressed sand. They were slow but could summon sandstorms to blind intruders. Selene set illusions and traps to channel them into Leon's attack path, where Nibelungen's spear strikes tore through them like butter. Sphinx sentinels, puzzle protectors with stone-hard hides and claw attacks. They demanded clever dodging and timing, which Leon treated as nothing more than a minor annoyance. A few teleport skips and chain spells later, they were toppled. Scarabs swarm, tiny but fast insects that attacked in overwhelming numbers. Leon laughed lazily as he cast AoE magic spells, clearing dozens of scarabs in seconds, while Selene's arrows picked off stragglers. "I'm starting to like this place," Leon said, twirling Nibelungen. "It's like a living playground." "A playground where everything wants to kill you," Selene countered, rolling her eyes. Hidden traps and challenges. The pyramid wasn't just crawling with monsters, it was full of ancient traps, designed to weed out the careless. Falling sand ceilings would collapse on intruders, but Leon simply teleported above the falling sand. Arrow corridors, rows of enchanted arrows shot from the walls. Selene grinned, activating her illusion traps to redirect the arrows, letting Leon stroll through lazily. Puzzle doors required specific patterns to open. Leon squinted at the glyphs for a moment, remembering similar puzzles from Earth RPGs. With a snap of his fingers, He solved it while Selene looked impressed. "Do you ever take this seriously?" she asked, ducking another magically conjured dart. "Oh, totally," in a relaxed, casual way, Leon replied, yawning. "Everything's fine as long as I don't have to sweat." Loot and crafting materials. As they ventured deeper, Leon's eyes sparkled at the treasure chambers hidden within the pyramid. Ancient chests contained rare crafting materials for weapons and armor only found in Morocco. Artifacts infused with desert magic, potentially powerful enough to enhance inventory-equipped gear instantly. Quest items hinting at Morocco's deeper secrets, possibly connected to dark cult remnants still lurking in the desert. Leon paused in front of a particularly glittering chest. "Everything here can go into the inventory. No need to carry it all." He flicked a finger, and the chest's contents vanished into his storage, leaving the room tidy while Selene's jaw dropped slightly. "How do you even?" she started. "Lazy efficiency," he said simply, smirking. Foreshadowing the boss. Deeper in the pyramid, the air grew warmer and heavier, filled with the scent of ancient incense and decay. The hints of a powerful guardian were unmistakable, hieroglyphs depicting a golden scarab king, said to wield both destructive magic and command over the pyramid's monsters. "I feel like he knows we're coming," Selene whispered. "He does now," Leon muttered lazily, equipping the Bulgin. Time for introductions and destruction. Team dynamics and banter. Despite the dangers, Leon and Selene moved with effortless coordination. Leon would teleport ahead, drawing out monsters while setting up magical attacks. Selene would deploy traps and illusions, cutting off escape routes and amplifying damage. They teased each other constantly, their camaraderie growing amidst danger. "Do you ever stop showing off?" Selene asked, dodging a sand elemental's tail. "Do you ever stop worrying?" Leon replied, lazily firing a chain spell. "Because clearly, I've got this." Even in tense moments, there was playfulness, a rhythm to their partnership that made them stronger than most adventurers could hope to be. Monsters and Dungeon Design Summary. Mummy pharaohs, slow, cursed undead with devastating melee attacks. Sand elementals, summon sandstorms and block corridors. Sphinx sentinels, puzzle-based guardians with high defense. Scarabs swarm, fast, overwhelming numbers, weak individually but deadly in groups. Traps, falling sand ceilings, enchanted arrow corridors, puzzle doors. Boss tease, golden scarab king, controlling desert magic and monsters. The pyramid was a mix of combat, strategy, and treasure hunting, perfectly suited to Leon's lazy but overpowered style and Selene's tactical agility. Highlights. Leon and Selene explore the Morocco pyramid, encountering monsters, traps, and hidden treasures. Leon's inventory system allows instant gear swapping, giving him maximum efficiency. Selene's illusion and trap skills complement Leon's chaotic attacks. They discover rare crafting materials and artifacts, hinting at future power UPS. The Golden Scarab King looms as a threatening boss in the deeper chambers. Their partnership grows stronger, filled with teasing banter and trust amidst danger. As they pressed forward, Leon lazily twirling his spear while Selene silently readied her bow, it was clear, whatever awaited them deeper in the pyramid, this unlikely duo was more than ready. The deeper corridors of the Morocco pyramid grew narrower, the air thick with dust and the scent of ancient magic. Leon's boots barely made a sound as he lazily walked ahead, staff of magi in hand, inventory open and ready for instant weapon swapping. Selene followed, bow drawn, eyes scanning for any sudden movement. "So, this place really doesn't get easier the further you go," Selene muttered, ducking under a stone beam. Leon yawned. "Difficulty is relative. Fun is mandatory." As they turned a corner, a strange shriek echoed from deeper within the pyramid. "That doesn't sound like any normal monster," Selene whispered, creeping forward. Leon lazily teleported a few meters ahead, landing silently and peering around the edge of a chamber. In the center, Two adventurers were cornered by a swarm of sand elementals, struggling to fight off the giant creatures. "Ah, guests in need of saving," Leon muttered, tilting his head. "Lucky for them, I'm here." With a flick of his wrist, he cast a chain of instant cast spells, turning the leading elementals to dust before they could even swing their massive arms. Selene unleashed her illusion traps, confusing the remaining monsters and giving Leon a perfect line to strike with Nibelungen, piercing through multiple elementals in one sweeping strike. The adventurers froze, eyes wide. Who are you?" one stammered. "I'm the guy who doesn't like to sweat," Leon said lazily, dusting his hands. "But you're welcome." Selene rolled her eyes but smiled. "Let's get them out of here. There's more trouble deeper in." Helping the adventurers. The rescued adventurers, an acolyte named Myra and a merchant named Dallin, were grateful but clearly unprepared for the pyramid's challenges. Leon sighed lazily. "Fine. You two are coming with us. Just try not to die." Myra brightened. "We'll follow your lead." Dallin groaned. "I didn't sign up for a death trap." Leon simply teleported them past falling sand traps and arrow corridors, letting them marvel at his effortless dodges. Selene guided them through illusioned paths, showing how to avoid puzzle doors and collapsing ceilings. "See? Adventure is easy when you know the right person," Leon muttered. Myra whispered to Dallin, "He's amazing." Dallin muttered back, "Or insane." New enemies, guardian scarabs and mini-boss. As they pressed forward, the group reached a wide chamber, the floor littered with glowing scarab eggs. Suddenly, guardian scarabs, larger and more aggressive than the earlier swarms, emerged. Their shells glimmered with golden light, reflecting torches in the chamber. "Ugh, giant bugs," Dallin groaned. "Why do I even adventure?" Leon lazily twirled Nibelungen. "Because life is short, and fun is long. Watch and learn." Leon teleported between enemies, launching chain spells that obliterated scarabs in waves. Selene fired arrows enhanced with her illusion magic, taking out scarabs trying to flank Leon. Myra, inspired, cast buffing spells that enhanced Leon and Selene's speed and damage. In moments, the chamber was clear. Leon glanced at the adventurers. "See? Easy. You can thank me later." A low rumble shook the chamber. From the shadows emerged a mini-boss, Sand Warden, a towering scarab with multiple pincers and glowing red eyes. Its roar echoed through the pyramid, sending dust and debris flying. "Oh. I was hoping for a small challenge," Leon muttered lazily, already teleporting to its blind spot. Selene grinned, firing a volley of arrows that distracted the creature while Leon used Nibelungen to pierce its armored segments. The Sand Warden screeched, swinging its massive pincers, but Leon effortlessly teleported above the swings, striking again and again. Within minutes, the mini-boss collapsed. We actually did it," Myra asked, awestruck. "Didn't we?" Dallin whispered, his jaw still on the floor. Leon smirked lazily. "Of course. That's how I do things." Discovering hidden treasure. After the fight, the chamber revealed a hidden side room, glowing with faint golden light. Leon casually opened the door and peeked inside. Ancient relics, crafting materials, and rare artifacts filled the room. "Inventory," Leon muttered, flicking his hand. Everything vanished into his storage. Selene raised an eyebrow. "You really don't carry anything, do you?" "Carrying is for amateurs," Leon replied with a lazy grin. Among the items were mystical desert runes for enhancing weapons and armor, crafting schematics for legendary items, quest clues hinting at the Golden Scarab King, the pyramid's true guardian. Myra and Dallin eagerly took notes, inspired to craft and improve their gear. "This is incredible," Myra whispered. "We've learned more in an hour than in a month of adventuring." Leon yawned. "All in a day's work. Teamwork and character moments." As they moved deeper, Leon and Seleni's playful banter continued, and the rescued adventurers slowly adapted to their style. Leon demonstrated teleport-assisted combat, allowing the adventurers to learn positioning and strategy. Selene taught Myra how to use illusion magic with arrows to confuse monsters. The group shared small jokes amidst danger, building trust and camaraderie. At one point, Leon lazily plopped against a wall, watching Selene show Myra a clever trap trick. "I like her," Leon muttered quietly, more to himself than anyone else. Selene caught him glancing. "I heard that," she teased, smirking. Foreshadowing the boss fight. The deeper halls of the pyramid grew darker, with hieroglyphs depicting the golden scarab king in majestic battle poses. Leon paused, flicking through his memory. "This is it," he said lazily. "The real fun starts soon. And don't worry, we'll all walk out fine." Selene glanced at him, trust and amusement in her eyes. Myra and Dallin exchanged nervous looks, but the confidence exuding from Leon and Selene made them feel safer than ever. "Ready?" Leon asked, lazily twirling Nibelungen. "Always," Selene said, knocking an arrow. With that, the group pressed forward, deeper into the golden heart of the pyramid, unaware of the true challenge awaiting, the Golden Scarab King, ancient guardian of Marok, and the secrets that could change everything in the desert. The deeper chambers of the Marok pyramid loomed before them like a golden tomb of ancient power. Hieroglyphs glimmered faintly, warning intruders of the Golden Scarab King, a boss said to command all the pyramid's monsters and possess devastating desert magic. Leon yawned, leaning against the wall, one hand lazily spinning Nibelungen. "I hope he's fun." "I was getting bored already." Selene knocked an arrow, her eyes scanning the vast throne room. At the center, a giant golden scarab descended from a glowing pedestal, pincers snapping, wings glimmering with magical energy. Its roar shook the pyramid, sand and dust swirling around the adventurers. "Well, that's dramatic," Leon muttered, stretching. "Perfect. Let's play." Inventory-enhanced party. Unlike ordinary adventurers, Leon had already applied all his legendary equipment to the party, just like in the game. Leon. Nibelungen, legendary spear, pierces through multiple enemies, high critical chance. Staff of Magi instant cast for AoE spells. Sleipnir boots, stored in inventory, rapid movement for teleport combos. Wardrobe of crafted armor buffs from high priest skills automatically applied. Selene. Enchanted bow arrows enhanced with illusion and elemental damage. Light armor infused with desert runes increased agility and dodge chance. Myra. Acolyte. Evangelist staff buffing spells amplified. Full casting robe monorigan and defensive buffs. Dallin. Merchant. Reinforced spear damage and knockback. Trading cloak passive gold find and minor resistances. Everything was applied instantly through the inventory, meaning no one had to carry heavy gear, yet everyone's full potential was online. "Ready?" Leon asked lazily, twirling Nibelungen. Selene nodded. "Let's make this quick." Myra whispered to Dallin, "I've never seen anyone so calm, in front of a boss." Leon yawned. "Calm is an art." The battle begins. The Golden Scarab King lunged, pincers snapping with tremendous force. Sandstorm magic erupted around the chamber, reducing visibility. "Oh, finally, something to play with," Leon muttered. He teleported between its attacks, letting the boss swing at empty air, then struck with Nibelungen, piercing the carapace in a perfect diagonal strike. Selene's arrows flew with precision, combining illusion and elemental magic, making the scarab stumble repeatedly. Myra cast buffs across the party, enhancing speed and damage, while Dallin tried to jab with his spear, which Leon lazily teleported behind and corrected with a casual poke to the boss's weak point. "You're welcome," Leon said, dusting off his hands as if nothing had happened. Toying with the boss. The Scarab King roared, summoning guardian scarabs from the surrounding walls. Leon barely raised an eyebrow. He teleported the boss into the swarm, letting the smaller scarabs be crushed by its own minions. A flick of the staff of Magi sent a chain lightning spell ricocheting across the boss and remaining scarabs, maximizing AoE damage. He casually used Warp Portal to reposition the party, keeping them safe while the boss flailed wildly. I thought I was supposed to be scared, Selene muttered. It's almost too easy. Leon shrugged. Fun is relative, remember. Every strike Leon made, every teleport, was carefully lazy yet devastatingly effective, making it clear to Myra and Dallin that the so-called hero wasn't just strong, he was effortlessly unstoppable. The boss struggles. The Golden Scarab King tried a massive sandstorm AoE, blinding the party, but Leon's High Priest buffs gave them immunity to debuffs. He teleported Selene and the adventurers out of the storm, leaving the boss flailing at empty corridors. Nibelgen's piercing strikes shattered its armor plates. Staff of Magi chain spells struck weak points, causing sparks of golden light to explode from the boss. Selene's arrows hit critical points, slowing the boss's movement further. Myra's buffs enhanced every strike, and Dallin's spear contributed with well-aimed knockbacks. The boss staggered, unable to land a single decisive blow. Every attempt to corner Leon and his team ended in failure. You call that attacking? Leon muttered, lazily spinning Nibelgen. Cute. He even teleported onto the boss's back, delivering a perfectly timed spear strike, leaving the Scarab King momentarily dazed as if realizing it had been outclassed by sheer laziness. Victory in heroics. Finally, with a combo of teleport-assisted AoE spells, spear piercings, and strategic positioning, the Golden Scarab King fell, leaving a trail of golden dust in the chamber. Leon yawned, brushing imaginary sand from his armor. Well, that was fun. Selene laughed. You make it look too easy. I've never seen anyone fight like that. Leon smirked. That's the secret, you don't try too hard. The adventurers stared in awe. Myra whispered, he's a hero, but lazy. Dallin added, I think he just redefined what a hero can be. The pyramid's treasure room opened automatically, rewarding them with rare artifacts, crafting materials, and legendary schematics, all instantly applied through inventory. Everything goes in. Everyone gets a piece, Leon said lazily, pointing at the glowing items. You'll need these to protect Marok, or for fun. Your choice. Selene shook her head, smiling. You really do everything, effortlessly. Leon grinned. Why make it hard if you can make it fun? Foreshadowing the next adventure. As the dust settled, Leon leaned lazily against a pillar, letting the adventurers admire the loot. Next stop, wherever adventure calls, he muttered. Maybe I'll find something harder than a glorified bug. Selene chuckled, adjusting her bow. Just promise me one thing, don't ever get serious. You'd ruin your own style. Leon smirked. Don't worry, lazy heroes have their own charm. The pyramid's secrets were theirs for the taking, the Golden Scarab King defeated, and the legend of the effortlessly overpowered, lazy hero Leon spread quietly among the adventurers who had witnessed his mastery. Leon sat lazily atop a sand dune just outside the Marok pyramid, Nibelgen resting across his shoulders, staff of Magi strapped to his back. Selene and the adventurers were busy organizing their newly acquired loot, carefully equipping themselves with items Leon had distributed through inventory application. So, what now? Myra asked, polishing her evangelist staff. Leon yawned. Now, I test something new. He closed his eyes and thought back to his memories of the game on Earth. All the different jobs: High Wizard, Stalker, High Priest, Lord Knight, Ninja, Blacksmith, Assassin. He remembered their skills, their quirks, and their potential. Then it hit him. A spark of realization. Wait a minute, if I can remember all of them, I should be able to use all of them, he muttered lazily. Testing ninja skills. Leon stood and summoned smoke bombs and shuriken from his inventory, testing their feel. His body moved instinctively with high agility, like he was born to be a ninja. Stealth/chase walk. Leon teleported behind Selene without her noticing. "Boo," he whispered, casually. She yelped, dropping a dagger in surprise. Throwing weapons, shuriken and kunai with a flick of his wrist, he sent a volley of shuriken across the desert sands, perfectly coordinated to hit multiple moving targets, including a wandering sand elemental. Katon, fire skill. He threw a single kunai imbued with elemental fire, igniting the sand and creating a small wall of flame. Leon yawned. Fun little light show. Smokescreen. He activated it to disappear, teleporting across the sand in a blur before the elemental even realized it had been targeted. Selene stared, wide-eyed. Leon, you're literally doing everything. And you're relaxed. Effort is for amateurs, Leon muttered, flipping a shuriken lazily between his fingers. Experimenting with other job skills. Curious, Leon started cycling through skills from other jobs. High Wizard, instant AoE spells, Chain Lightning, Firewall. He cast a firewall to corral a group of wild desert monsters and then casually teleported above, finishing them with Meteor Storm. High Priest, he buffed himself and the adventurers. Increase agility, blessing, and sanctuary were applied instantly, making Selene and Myra almost untouchable. Lord Knight, using brandish spear and bowling bash, he sent sand elementals flying while casually adjusting his hair. Stalker, backstab and trap skills came naturally. Leon placed a trap, lured a monster into it, then teleporting behind it for the final strike. Every skill flowed perfectly, as if his body had memorized the mechanics of each job during his time on Earth. This is ridiculous, Myra whispered, eyes wide. He's literally all jobs at once. Leon smirked lazily. It's not ridiculous. It's efficiency. You'll thank me later. Facing random mobs with multi-skill combos. To test his newfound versatility, Leon wandered toward a nearby canyon where sand elementals, desert wolves, and giant scarabs had gathered. He started with stalker's traps, setting pressure plates that launched spikes from the sand. Ninja skills kicked in, throwing shuriken, smoke bombs, and stealth attacks picked off wandering wolves. High Wizard AoE spells melted clusters of scarabs. High Priest buffs kept Selene, Myra, and Dallin at maximum efficiency even as Leon toyed with the mobs. Within minutes, the canyon floor was cleared. The monsters lay defeated in a chaotic yet precise arrangement, none able to land a single blow on Leon or his party. That was unfair, Dallin muttered, kicking a fallen sand elemental. Unfair is subjective, Leon replied, yawning. I call it fun. The joy of lazy overpowered play. Leon started experimenting for fun, mixing skills in ways that no normal adventurer could. Smoke bomb and firewall and shuriken, a sandstorm of shuriken streaked through the flame, hitting monsters from multiple angles. Bowling bash and meteor storm, pushed a giant scarab into the air while raining meteors from above. Increase agility and chase walk. Teleport so fast around the canyon that monsters spun in confusion. Selene laughed, ducking a harmless meteor. You're like playing a video game you designed yourself. Exactly, Leon said lazily, leaning against a rock. And I'm winning without breaking a sweat. Even Myra and Dallin began practicing, inspired by Leon's versatility. With Leon applying buffs and giving them inventory-applied legendary equipment, the adventurers became capable enough to contribute without dying, making Leon's lazy hero act even more pronounced. Foreshadowing a bigger threat. As the sun began to set over the desert, Leon noticed something strange, a faint magical pulse coming from the far edge of the canyon, dark and ominous. Someone's trying to catch up to me, Leon muttered, twirling Nibelungen. Good. Let's see how much fun this will be. Selene tilted her head. Should we check it out? Nah. I like to go when I feel like it, Leon said, smirking. But don't worry. If it's trouble, I'll handle it, lazily. The desert's horizon glimmered with faint red light, hinting at new enemies, dark cultists, and perhaps a future boss. But Leon wasn't concerned. With all job skills unlocked, every legendary weapon in inventory, and his party fully buffed and equipped, he could handle anything, in his own effortlessly lazy way. Being overpowered is boring if you try too hard, Leon muttered. But if you are lazy, it's pure fun. And with that, the lazy hero turned master of all jobs prepared for the next adventure, knowing that no dungeon, cult, or boss could challenge him not while he had every skill in the game at his disposal. The scorching sun beat down on the Marok pyramid as Leon, Selene, and their party emerged from the winding labyrinth of sand and stone. They had fought through hordes of sand elementals, desert wolves, and giant scarabs, finally standing in the open desert once again. Finally, some fresh air, Leon muttered lazily, brushing sand off his boots. Selene smiled. You say that, but I've never seen you this exhausted before. Leon yawned. Exhaustion is for amateurs. I just let the mobs hit the wrong spot. A shadow approaches. From the dunes, a figure silently emerged, a tall, hooded assassin cross, twin daggers gleaming in the sun. The sheer aura of death radiating from him made even seasoned adventurers step back. Hey, new toy, Leon said lazily, eyeing the assassin cross. Let's see what you've got. Before he could react, the assassin cross vanished in a cloud of smoke, closing the distance in an instant. His dual daggers flashed like lightning, a perfect ambush. Leon's fatal mistake. Leon tried to cast a spell, summon traps, or teleport, but the assassin cross was unpredictable, fast, and deadly. A sonic blow cleaved through the air, almost cutting the sand beneath him. A sonic thrust combo landed perfectly, bypassing his previous evasion patterns. Wait, this is new, Leon muttered, the realization hitting him midair as the assassin's blade pierced his chest. Everything went black. The time reset. Leon awoke in a familiar sandy corridor inside the pyramid, just as the party was preparing to exit. His body tingled with awareness. He remembered the assassin cross attack perfectly. Ah, so that's what killed me, he muttered. Well, that won't happen again. He quickly accessed his inventory, still intact after the reset mechanic, and reorganized his gear, equipping Staff of Magi, Nibelgen, and all super quest items he had previously stored. Lesson learned: never underestimate anyone in this game. Even someone as flashy as that assassin cross. Planning the counter. Leon spent the next moments analyzing. The assassin cross had high burst damage, stealth skills, and mobility. His previous failure was due to underestimating the speed and unpredictability of the sonic blow and ambush combo. With his knowledge of all jobs and skills, Leon could now prepare traps, buffs, and ranged AoE attacks to turn the tables. All right, let's have some fun, he muttered lazily, smirking. He placed stalker traps along the exit path, used high wizard AoE to cover escape routes, and buffed himself with high priest skills. Then, he activated ninja stealth and chase walk, ready to strike from the perfect angle. The assassin cross strikes again. As soon as Leon and the party reached the exit, the assassin cross reappeared, expecting an easy kill. He's back, alone, the assassin cross hissed, readying his daggers. Leon simply yawned and vanished behind a sand dune. The assassin cross slashed forward, nothing but air. Predictable, Leon muttered, flicking a shuriken that hit the assassin in the shoulder, triggering a chain reaction of traps. Bowling Bash sent a giant scarab from earlier fights flying into the assassin's path. Meteor storm rained from above, forcing him to dodge instead of closing in. High priest buffs gave Leon and his party near invincible agility, making him untouchable while he toyed with the enemy. Toying with the assassin. Leon's attacks were calculated, efficient, and lazy. He didn't need to rush. The assassin cross kept falling into his traps. You hit hard, but your patterns are boring, Leon said lazily, watching the assassin dodge firewalls and spikes, only to run into more traps. After several minutes of carefully orchestrated chaos, the assassin Cross was exhausted and trapped in a web of stalker snares and high wizard AOEs. Leon approached, casually tapping the assassin's shoulder. "All right, lesson learned?" he asked. The assassin collapsed, panting, unable to continue. Leon simply turned away, yawning. "Next time, maybe think twice before killing someone who can literally use all Job's skills." The aftermath. Selene and the party emerged, eyes wide. "Leon, how did you?" "I died once, learned everything, and now we're fine," he replied casually, dusting off his boots. "Let's go home. Or maybe find a stronger toy." The assassin Cross disappeared, alive but defeated, humiliated, and wary, knowing that Leon's mastery of every job made him a nightmare to fight. "Death isn't permanent if you know what's coming," Leon muttered, already thinking about the next dungeon and the next challenge. The sun was high over the Marok pyramid as Leon, Selene, and their party reached the desert plains outside. The party was tired but exhilarated after clearing floor after floor of sand-swept tombs, giant scarabs, and desert elementals. "Finally, time to breathe," Leon said lazily, leaning on his staff. But from the shadows, a familiar hooded figure emerged. Twin daggers glinting in the sunlight, the assassin Cross. "Back again," Leon muttered, yawning. "I hope you've learned something." The assassin Cross vanished into smoke, appearing directly behind Leon, striking with a perfectly timed sonic blow combo. "Ah, not again," Leon muttered, feeling the strike pierce him. Everything went black. Respawn number 1. Leon awoke not in the desert, but inside the final corridor of the pyramid, just as he and his party were preparing to exit. His body tingled with awareness. He remembered every strike, every move, every gap of the assassin Cross. "Well, that was quick," he said lazily. Round 2. He equipped all previously gathered gear, cast high priest buffs on himself, and repositioned traps in the corridors and exit zones. "This time, I'll catch the gaps before you make them," Leon muttered, smirking. Looping number 2 testing the assassin. The assassin Cross appeared again. His moves were slightly different. He had learned from the last encounter. But Leon anticipated each attack. Ambush dodged with chase walk teleport. Sonic blow countered with pre-placed stalker snares. Grimtooth combo softened by high wizard AoE. But then, in the heat of battle, Leon made a small miscalculation. "Ah, okay, that's new," he muttered, feeling the assassin's strike land just enough to drop him. Everything went black again. Looping number 3 filling the gaps. Leon respawned again at the same checkpoint, his memories intact. Now, he knew exactly how the assassin's new moves flowed and where he could safely trap or counter him. He started experimenting more freely. Teleporting mid-attack to redirect enemy combos. Using Meteor Storm and Firewall in perfect timing. Buffing himself with High Priest's Lex Eterna and increase AGI. "Okay, now we're getting somewhere," he muttered, watching the assassin stumble into a perfectly timed trap. The assassin begins to fear. After 3 consecutive loops, the assassin Cross was exhausted and cautious. Each attack was now telegraphed perfectly by Leon, and each misstep was punished immediately. How are you reading me?" the assassin gasped. "Death is just a learning tool," Leon replied lazily. "And I'm a very fast learner." By this point, the assassin was no longer just attacking, he was surviving, trying to study Leon's counters. But Leon had seen it all, filling every skill gap with every loop. The final loop. Leon allowed the assassin to attempt one final full combo, watching patiently. Then, at the perfect moment, teleport behind him. Instant cast Meteor Storm and Firewall simultaneously. Activate High Priest buffs for immunity and rapid healing. The assassin Cross was trapped. Every escape route covered by traps, AOES, and Leon's strategic positioning. He dropped to his knees, unable to continue, knowing he had finally met someone who could predict every move. I finally caught all your gaps, Leon said lazily. The assassin vanished into the sand, humbled but alive. Looping lessons. Each death allowed Leon to analyze attack patterns, timing, and gaps in the assassin cross's combat style. Leon's mastery of all job skills, traps, and AoE magic allowed him to adapt faster with each loop. The repeated loops cemented him as near unkillable, a lazy hero who could learn from failure instantly. It introduced the concept that death is just another tool in his arsenal, a theme for future dungeons and bosses. Leon sat on a sand dune outside the Ragnarok pyramid, the scorching sun beating down on his shoulders. His staff rested lazily across his lap, and Selene was tinkering with her bow nearby. Despite the serene setting, his mind was restless. So, what's going on with me? Leon muttered aloud. Why do I keep dying and coming back? He tapped his finger against his temple, thinking. Memories of each loop flashed before him, the assassin cross's sonic blow, the grim tooth combo, his own teleportations, and the traps he had perfected. Each death had been precise, each loop a chance to correct mistakes. It's like a game mechanic, he said, squinting at the desert horizon. Maybe this world works like Talon Tales back on Earth. Leon paused. Memories of his life before transmigrating returned, the countless hours he had spent studying RPG mechanics, experimenting with classes, and testing skill interactions. He could almost see the invisible system of the world overlaying reality. Respawn points, skill cooldowns, mob aggro patterns. Maybe dying isn't dying here. It's just the system letting me retry. He leaned back on the dune, eyes half closed. So every time I die, it's like the world says, okay, Leon, you failed. Try again, and learn faster. I can predict attacks, fill gaps, and become stronger. Hey. Selene, noticing his silence, frowned. Leon, you're scaring me. You keep staring at nothing and muttering like that. Relax, Leon said, waving lazily. I'm just thinking about how this world is coded. He imagined a massive invisible game interface, overlaying the desert, showing mob stats, skill cooldowns, and respawn points. It was all coming together. His high wizard instant casts, ninja chase walks, high priest buffs, everything fit into a logical, repeatable system. Maybe this is why I'm not afraid of death, he muttered. Every death is just a tutorial. A reset button. The assassin cross isn't unbeatable, he's just part of the loop I need to master. For the first time, Leon felt a thrill not from combat, but from realizing the mechanics behind his own overpowered existence. So, maybe I'm not just lucky. Maybe this world wants me to be the hero. He stood slowly, stretching, letting the wind whip through his hair. Yet, that must be it. It's a system, like the game I used to play. And I'm figuring it out. Selene tilted her head. So, what now? You're not going to just wait in the desert forever, are you? Nah, Leon said with a lazy grin. I'll keep adventuring. Keep learning the loops. And maybe, someday, the assassin cross will finally understand that the gaps are mine to exploit. He turned toward the horizon, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The desert was vast, the pyramids behind them filled with secrets, and the death loop, once terrifying, now felt like a game board waiting for him to dominate. Death isn't the end, Leon said softly. It's just the first level of learning. And I'm really good at leveling up. Leon, Selene, and the rest of the party finally stepped out of the scorching desert and into the dusty streets of Ragnarok town. The pyramids loomed behind them, silent and forbidding, a reminder of the battles they had survived and the death loops Leon had endured. Finally, civilization, Leon muttered, wiping sand from his boots. The group headed straight for the town's market, where vendors were selling all sorts of local delicacies. Leon's nose twitched at the aroma of spiced desert kebabs, sweet honey pastries, and roasted sand lizard skewers. "Ha, this is what victory tastes like," he said lazily, grabbing a plate of grilled desert serpent and another of Marok's sweet buns. Selene laughed, shaking her head. "You're ridiculous. You survived death loops, fought assassins, and your first thought is food." "Priorities," Leon replied, taking a long bite. "Besides, food fuels power UPS. That's game logic." The rest of the party joined him, laughing and relaxing as Leon casually analyzed each dish like it had stats. Honey buns, plus 5 HP, plus 2 AGI. Grilled serpent, plus 15 STR, plus 3 VIT. Perfect combo for desert survival, he muttered. They spent the afternoon feasting, replenishing their energy, and enjoying the simple pleasures of Marok town. For Leon, it was a rare moment of peace, a pause between loops, battles, and dungeon expeditions. "All right," he said after polishing off the last bite. "Full HP, full buffs, time to see what adventures are waiting next." Leon strolled through Marok town, the desert breeze carrying the smell of spices, baked bread, and the faint tang of sand from the outskirts. Unlike the dangerous ruins of the pyramid, Marok had life, color, and the constant hum of adventurers, merchants, and travelers. He lazily waved at NPCs he recognized from the town map interface he remembered from Earth. "Ah, the food vendor here always sells the best roasted desert lizard. Stepwise, optimal for STR recovery," he muttered. A small crowd gathered around a street performer, a bard strumming an oud and singing tales of desert heroes. Leon barely paid attention, but Selene clapped along, enjoying the melody. "You're missing out, Leon," she said. "Even heroes need culture." "Culture is secondary," Leon replied lazily, adjusting his inventory belt. "But I can buff it later if needed." Visiting the blacksmith. Leon wandered into the town's blacksmith, where the clanging of hammers rang through the air. The blacksmith, a stout man named Garrick, immediately recognized him. "Leon. Survived the pyramid, eh? You've got that confident look, and that gear. Mind if I inspect?" Leon shrugged, letting Garrick examine his crafted weapons. "High wizard staff, check. Evangelist staff for party buffs, check. Nibelgen spear, check. Inventory optimized, double check." "Impressive, for someone who seems to sleep more than fight," Garrick laughed. Leon smirked. "Quality over effort. Plus, I like the lazy route. Less movement, more strategy. Town secrets and rumors." As they walked through the narrow alleyways, Leon noticed a cluster of shifty-looking NPCs whispering. He tilted his head. "Ah. I see a side quest forming," he said softly. One of the NPCs, a desert scholar named Ishara, approached them. "Leon, word is spreading about the cult activity near Marok," she said, glancing around nervously. "Some adventurers went missing, and there are rumors of shadowy figures gathering at night." Leon yawned. "Shadowy figures? Noted. I'll check it out, eventually. But first, food." Selene rolled her eyes. "You're impossible." "I'm a hero, in my own way," Leon replied, strolling past her and casually teleporting to the marketplace center to inspect exotic items. The exotic shops. Marok's marketplace was full of rare items and quest materials. Leon's keen eye immediately spotted a few. Desert Phoenix Feather boosts AGI temporarily. Sunstone Amulet enhances fire resistance. Mystic Potion restores all SP instantly. He carefully stored them in his inventory, knowing he could craft or gift them later to party members. "Inventory space is precious," he muttered, tossing items into his personal stash like they were game loot. "Acute," Mischievous shopkeeper winked at him as he walked past. Looking for something rare, hero? She teased. Possibly, Leon said, with his trademark lazy smirk. Depends on whether it has useful stats. Rest and preparation. By evening, the town glowed under lanterns, the air cooler, and adventurers' chatter louder. Leon and Selene sat on the steps of a fountain, watching the city wind down. You know, Selene said, leaning back, for someone who's supposed to be lazy, you've managed to learn more about this world than anyone. Experience, and death loops, Leon said, smirking. Every mistake is just another lesson. Still, you should relax more. Enjoy Marok. Leon tilted his head, a lazy grin spreading. I already am. Food, shops, loot, rumors, and occasional danger to spice things up. This town isn't boring at all. He pulled out his inventory screen mentally, checking his items and skills. Every piece of gear, every crafted weapon, every consumable was accounted for. The city was safe in Rinna's hands, the party rested, and the world of Talon Tales was ripe for the next adventure. Tomorrow, Leon whispered to himself, I'll see what those shadows are really up to. The sun had set over Marok town, leaving the streets bathed in golden-orange twilight. Leon strolled casually through the quieter alleys, his inventory lightly jingling with crafted gear and rare items. Despite the calm, a shiver of recognition ran down his spine. He's here, Leon muttered lazily. A shadow flickered across a rooftop, a familiar form, black-clad, hooded, and armed, the assassin Cross who had killed him countless times in the pyramid loops. The one who had always been too fast, too precise, and utterly lethal. Leon yawned. Guess it's time to finally teach him about gap skills, and stealth. Infiltration. Using his stalker chase walk skill, Leon melted into the shadows, moving silently across rooftops and alleyways. Every footstep was measured, every shadow leveraged, as though he was gliding through a post-game world. He activated ninja skills, throwing smoke bombs to obscure his position, and using instant cast high wizard spells as traps for anyone straying too close. A direct fight? Nah, too boring. Let's do this quietly. Leon spotted the assassin Cross assembling a small team of shadowy mercenaries in a narrow courtyard. Their whispers carried through the night. The hero of Marok won't see us coming, one hissed. We'll make sure he never leaves the desert alive, another said. Leon smirked. Too predictable, he muttered. He crouched on a rooftop, observing their patrol patterns. Each assassin had a blind spot, a rhythm in their footsteps. Every movement, every shadow, every pause, it was all data for Leon. Silent elimination. With calculated precision, Leon struck. First target, a shadow mercenary pacing near the outer wall. Leon dropped down, silent as a whisper, stabbing with a crafted dagger infused with agility buffs. The body vanished into the shadows before anyone noticed. Second target, he teleported silently behind the courtyard guard, using instant cast silence spell to prevent alarm. One clean strike, and the guard slumped, unaware of the threat. Remaining assassins, they gathered, sensing something wrong. Leon chuckled softly. Come on, this is just tutorial mode. He used warp portal, teleporting into the center of the courtyard for a split second, just long enough to cast immobilizing traps and high damage bursts, then vanished back into the shadows. The assassins fell one by one, trapped in a perfect combination of ninja stealth and high wizard AoE control. By the time the leader, the assassin Cross, realized anything, the courtyard was silent except for the wind. Confronting the assassin Cross, Leon finally revealed himself, leaning lazily against a stone pillar. We meet again, he said. You really need better ambush patterns. The assassin Cross hissed, drawing dual daggers. You think you can escape your death? You're mine this time. Leon yawned, activating all job skills at once. High Priest buffs to enhance speed and strength. High Wizard instant cast magic ready to immobilize. Ninja Shadow Step for dodges. Stalker Stealth Strike for lethal attacks. The battle was over almost before it began. With a swift combination of teleporting slashes, elemental bursts, and silence spells, the assassin cross fell, their body merging into the night. Leon dusted his hands off, stepping over the unconscious mercenaries, and murmured, "Another loop? Nah, just to warm up." Aftermath. By the time dawn approached, Marok town's streets were still empty. Not a soul had seen the battle. Leon had infiltrated, eliminated, and vanished, leaving behind no trace. Shadow cleaning? Done, Leon said lazily. Now, maybe I can finally grab breakfast. He teleported back to the city center, inventory full of loot from the mercenaries, crafted daggers, rare potions, and a few enchanted rings. For the townsfolk, Marok remained peaceful. For Leon, it was another quiet day of heroics, done
lazily, perfectly, and unseen. The sun hung low over Marok town, casting long shadows across the desert streets. Leon adjusted his gear lazily, his inventory neatly organized, as Selene walked beside him, a small bag slung over her shoulder. "We're really leaving?" she asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "Yep," Leon replied with a shrug. "Adventure isn't going to wait for anyone. Cities, dungeons, danger, it's all out there." Selene sighed. I wanted to say goodbye properly. To my family." Visiting Selene's family. They walked through the winding streets to a modest home near the edge of town. Selene's parents, siblings, and a few distant relatives were waiting, their eyes widening as they saw Leon step up alongside her. "Leon," Selene's father said, his tone half amused, half stern. "I've heard tales of you, surviving pyramids, facing death loops, and still managing to look lazy." Leon gave a small salute, tilting his head. "Officially lazy. Efficiently heroic." Her mother smiled warmly. "Take care of my daughter," she said softly. "Already done," Leon replied, his tone casual, though there was a subtle weight behind it. "I'll be back, eventually. Or at least, I'll make sure she's safe from any cults, assassins, or desert monsters." Selene's younger siblings crowded around him, curious and wide-eyed. Leon knelt briefly, handing them a few crafted potions and minor equipment from his inventory. "For your adventures," he said, smirking. "Or, you know, just to survive chores around the house." The family laughed. Even Selene cracked a smile. Saying goodbye, Selene stepped aside for a private moment. "I'm going with you," she whispered. Leon shook his head lazily. "Not this time. You stay here, take care of Marok, train, grow stronger, protect the city. You're more than capable." Her eyes shimmered with determination. "I'll be ready when you return." "Good," Leon said. "I'll see you soon, don't get into too much trouble." He stepped back, raising a hand in farewell. The warm desert wind carried the soft hum of the town, the smell of spices, and the distant calls of merchants closing for the night. "Time to move on," Leon murmured, feeling the weight of both the city's safety and the adventures awaiting beyond. With a flick of his wrist, he teleported the party out of Marok town, leaving the city and Selene's family safe behind. "Next stop, wherever the game decides to throw me," he said, a lazy grin on his face, already thinking of the new dangers, treasures, and secrets waiting beyond the desert. Leon blinked as the world swirled around him in a dizzying array of colors. The familiar desert of Marok vanished in a flash, replaced by a lush, green landscape dotted with rivers and wooden bridges. "Wait, why are they here too?" he muttered, staring at Selene and the party. Selene looked equally bewildered. "I didn't teleport us," she said, clutching her bag of supplies. "I didn't either," one of the party mages exclaimed.
I was just standing here. Leon rubbed his temple, letting out a long, exaggerated sigh. Fantastic. Apparently my teleport spell comes with a group bonus. Or, maybe the universe is just trolling me. Again. The group stumbled into the new town, which was bustling with merchants, adventurers, and the occasional stray monster trying to sneak past the gates. Leon lazily checked his inventory and grinned. Well, if we're here, might as well make it worth it. Looting the town, legally. Merchants practically sneezed treasure at them. Leon's eyes gleamed as he scanned the stalls. Stack of 100 plus health potions because why not? Elixirs of SP and STR buffs perfect for instant boss bursts. Enchanted daggers, staves, and spears all rare, all legendary. Teleport scrolls for future laziness. Mysterious artifact crates contents unknown, possibilities endless. Inventory space is precious, but also unlimited, Leon muttered. Everything goes in. Party gets the potions, I get the fun. He tossed stacks of healing potions to Selene and the party, who groaned under the weight of carrying too much. Seriously, Leon, Selene huffed. We don't even need half of this. You never know when you will need it, Leon replied lazily. Monsters, bosses, cults, maybe just a snack. Strategy is all about preparation. Comedic chaos in town. As they wandered through the town, Leon accidentally tripped over a market stall, sending a pile of fruit and exotic meats flying into the air. Ah! Watch out, a vendor yelled, as Leon rolled lazily out of the way. Sorry, Leon mumbled, though he didn't bother picking anything up. Food, infinite inventory, you get it. Selene shook her head, laughing despite herself. You're impossible. I know. That's why I'm the hero, Leon replied, waving dismissively as he summoned a small elemental familiar to carry the rest of the loot. The townspeople watched in awe as the party, fully stocked with potions, scrolls, and enchanted gear, meandered through the streets like a walking apocalypse of preparedness. Next town's going to regret ever existing, Leon muttered lazily. But hey, it's all fun and games. Adventure awaits. With inventories full, buffs ready, and spirits high, Leon stretched and yawned. All right, adventure time. New town, new monsters, new bosses, and probably new cults plotting in secret, he said, casually teleporting the party toward the edge of town and into the wilderness. Selene groaned. You really don't rest, do you? Rest is for the defeated, Leon said with a lazy grin. Or, for after I wipe out everything in the next dungeon. Leon yawned as the party trudged along the forest path leading out of the new town. Their packs bulged with potions, elixirs, and enchanted gear, and their chatter about strategy and dungeons filled the air. Leon, however, was already thinking about the next challenge. All right, you lot have had your fun. Time to warp you all home, he muttered lazily, pulling out a warp portal scroll from his inventory. Before anyone could protest, a shimmering portal opened beneath their feet. Wait, Leon. Where Selene began, but she vanished into the swirling light along with the rest of the party. Leon blinked at the empty path. Peace and quiet, finally, he said with a satisfied grin. Solo in the wilds. The forest stretched endlessly before him, filled with new monsters, hidden dungeons, and treasure waiting to be looted. Leon's inventory jingled lightly as he pulled out potions, buffs, and all sorts of crafted gear, preparing himself for whatever the wilderness might throw at him. All set, he muttered. Solo adventures, where nobody slows me down or nags about tactics. He activated all job skills at once. High Wizard instant cast spells for crowd control. Stalker stealth for silent movement. Ninja mobility skills for dodging traps. High Priest buffs to keep himself at peak efficiency. Perfect. Just me, the monsters, and a bit of chaos. Encountering the first monsters. Not far from the portal exit, Leon spotted a group of giant sand snakes slithering near a cliffside. Their scales glinted under the sunlight, and their hissing was deafening. "Hey, new type," Leon muttered. "Should be easy." With a flick of his wrist, he teleported behind the lead snake, casting an instant cast fireball that engulfed it in flames. The others turned toward him, only to find themselves trapped in a series of silent ninja shadow traps he had already laid out. By the time they could react, Leon was already playing around with buffs, debuffs, and AoE spells, toying with them as if it were nothing more than a sandbox game. "You guys really need to learn pattern recognition," he said lazily, ducking a tail swipe. Discovering the dungeon. After clearing the initial monsters, Leon stumbled upon a hidden entrance partially covered by vines. "Ooh, looks promising," he muttered. "Maybe treasure, maybe XP, maybe both. Solo adventures are the best." He slipped inside, already casting buffs on himself, placing traps, and preparing potions for every possible scenario. Every step was calculated, every shadow watched, and every corner of the dungeon scanned for loot or ambushes. "No party, no distractions, just me and the game mechanics," Leon said, grinning. "Let's see what you've got." The joy of solo looting. Inside, Leon found rare artifacts that only dropped in solo dungeons. Potions that restored health, SP, and status effects instantly. Weapons and armor crafted for all jobs. Scrolls for instant teleportation and portal creation. He stuffed everything into his infinite inventory, occasionally tossing a potion into the air and catching it like it was a casual game. "Adventure, loot, chaos, perfection," he muttered. "I wonder what the monsters think of this. A lazy, overpowered hero at work." As he advanced deeper into the dungeon, Leon teleported past traps, avoided ambushes, and dispatched many bosses with minimal effort. Each fight was a lesson in overpowered strategy, lazy efficiency, and pure fun. "Solo adventures are underrated," he said, kicking back against a wall for a moment while a small elemental familiar carried loot toward the exit. "No drama, no arguing, no parties slowing me down, just me, the dungeon, and maybe a death loop or two if I get bored." He smirked, stretching. "All right, let's see what kind of chaos this place really hides." The warp portal closed behind them, leaving Selene, the acolyte, and the merchant standing in their hometown. They adjusted their packs and looked at each other, exchanging frustrated glances. "He just left us there?" Selene asked, her arms crossed. "Like we weren't part of the adventure at all," the acolyte muttered, frowning. The merchant shook his head, tossing a coin in frustration. "I mean, I get that he's overpowered and all, but casting us back like we're baggage? That's just rude." Reasonable frustration. Selene paced a little, her tone frustrated but calm. "I know Leon's always thinking ahead, and he probably didn't want anyone hurt, but it still feels like he doesn't trust us. Or, worse, that we're in the way." "It's the same for me," the acolyte said. "I can buff, heal, and even protect the party, but suddenly we're back home while he plays hero alone. I get safety, but he could have asked us." The merchant nodded. "Exactly. We all train, all fight, all contribute. Getting left behind is, well, insulting, even if it's for our own good." Finding the reason. Selene sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "But he's always been like this. Lazy, overpowered, and doing things his way. Maybe he thought solo was faster, more efficient." The acolyte frowned but softened a bit. "I suppose. And honestly, we're alive, safe, and fully stocked. If he tried to drag us into the dungeon with all his buffs and traps, someone might have gotten hurt." The merchant grunted. "Still, a little heads up would have been nice." Selene gave a small laugh, shaking her head. Typical Leon. Understanding, but still angry. The three of them wandered toward the town square, their frustration simmering but tempered by reason. "All right," Selene said, looking at the acolyte and merchant. "We're angry, but at least we're not dead. He just does things his way. Solo, overpowered, reckless and yet somehow brilliant. I guess," the acolyte muttered. "But next time, I'm keeping a scroll of recall handy just in case." The merchant smirked. "And I'll stock extra potions. He won't get the drop on us twice." They shared a small laugh, tension easing as they realized Leon's abandonment was really his bizarre way of protecting them even if it annoyed them to no end. Looking forward. Back in the wilderness, Leon lazily continued his solo exploration, completely oblivious to the minor mutiny brewing behind him. Solo adventures? Blissful. Peaceful. No nagging, he muttered, adjusting his inventory. Although I feel a tiny bit of guilt somewhere. Nah. Ignore that. Meanwhile, in the hometown, Selene, the acolyte, and the merchant began planning their next move, restocking their supplies and thinking strategically. "We'll catch up to him eventually," Selene said, determination in her voice. "And when we do," the acolyte added, "he's going to wish he didn't leave us behind." The merchant laughed. "Fair. But let's admit it, he's the hero. Lazy, overpowered, impossible as he is." And with that, the three of them set to preparing for the next adventure, anger tempered by reason and a growing sense of admiration for Leon even if they'd never say it aloud. The sun hung low over the horizon, painting the forests, hills, and distant mountains in shades of gold and crimson. Leon leaned lazily against a tree at the edge of the road, his inventory stacked with potions, elixirs, and legendary gear, watching the shadows stretch across the landscape. Behind him, the town he and his companions had left behind buzzed with life, the chatter of townsfolk, the smell of roasting meats, and the faint clink of blacksmith hammers echoed through the streets. Selene, the acolyte, and the merchant had already returned home after Leon's sudden decision to send them back via warp portal. Their frustration had been understandable. He had literally cast them out like luggage, but he knew they were safe, fully stocked, and prepared for any misadventure in his absence. Leon didn't particularly care about the lingering anger, he preferred the calm of solitude. "All right," Leon muttered lazily, stretching his arms above his head. "Hugel. A new town, new monsters, new loot, and best of all, nobody slowing me down. Perfect." In his hand, he held a teleport scroll, shimmering faintly. He could have relied solely on his teleport skill, but the scroll gave him the luxury of casually drifting through the air with style, a little flourish for dramatic effect. "Might as well use the scroll first," he muttered with a smirk. "Then I'll show off the skill for fun." He activated the scroll. A flickering portal appeared before him, shimmering in the warm light of sunset. With a nonchalant shrug, Leon stepped into the portal. For a heartbeat, everything blurred into streaks of color, the gold of the sunset, the green of the forest, the cobblestone streets of the town fading behind him. Then he was gone. The portal closed silently behind him, leaving no trace except the soft rustle of leaves. He materialized in a clearing on the outskirts of Hugel, the wind carrying the scent of baked bread, herbs, and livestock. The town itself sprawled in the distance, its windmills turning lazily in the breeze, chimneys puffing faint smoke, and streets dotted with townsfolk and adventurers. "Hey, smells like adventure," Leon muttered, adjusting the strap of his inventory pack. "And food. Definitely smells like food." Before moving toward the town, Leon grinned and tapped the side of his head. With a casual gesture, he activated his teleport skill, just to enjoy the sensation. A faint blue aura enveloped him, and the world blurred again, but this time, it was entirely under his control. He could see every detail of the surrounding terrain before choosing exactly where to land. Trees, rocks, hills, and winding paths all appeared like a map in his mind, and he plopped perfectly onto a flat, unobstructed patch near Hugel's gates. "Ah, nothing like teleporting yourself instead of relying on a scroll," he said lazily, brushing imaginary dust off his boots. Freedom at its finest.